No, you... No! blower is this? Oh, it's 30 MK1. Is there a way that I could put this dude's cable somewhere? Let me put it up here then. There. Now. Now then. Perfect enough. Ow. Cut myself. Alright. I just want to say, guys, that I'm pissed off right now. And whatever rage bait comes to me, I'm gonna get even more pissed off. Just an FYI. Oh my, big mess over here. I'm not even sure if I need these parts anymore. They're broken. Batteries. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Hey, what is this doing here? Go back right there. Batteries need to go somewhere a lot better. I don't know what that better spot is anyway. Go in front of the whistles. Tri-bell whistles. No, why did I do that? I'm gonna put a pile of scrap right over here. There you go. Ouchie. First, that 500 isn't famous. First of all, that 500 isn't famous, and second, it's been restored. Yeah, but it isn't really famous. Alright. Scrap. Scissors. Fresh small glue sticks. Oh no. Get it out. Okay. Where's my third one? There it is. Alright. That. Over there. Batteries. Pipe. Go. No. There. It was still a little popular at the time it fell. Popular. Ow! Dang, I cut my first layer of skin. Yeah, popular, but not famous. Yeah, scraps. So much scraps everywhere. Hey, what's this? Put that in there. Isn't it popular and famous? Not really famous. Okay. Now. It was a 500A what? It's not really a 500 AT. It's actually a 500 SHT. Wait. Oh, wait, no. Oh, frick. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It is a 500 AT. My brain was somewhere else. My bad. It is a 500 AT. My brain was somewhere else. I was thinking of a 500 SHTT first gen. But no, you're right. It is a 500 AT. Isn't the ATs the third gen of 500 and the second gen is the SHTTs, you know, the 1012s? Yeah, the 1012s are the ones that are the second gens. The first gen is the Los Angeles 500s. But not only that, they also produce the 500 SHs. But also the 500. I believe the 500 SHs and the 500 DHTTs came in during the time of when the 500 SHTT's first gen was being made. I think that's what happened. And then they stopped making those when the second gen has happened. When the second gen was being built. I don't know. You always say that. You always join and then you always leave. That you're so sad. So sad. Short attention span. All right. How have you been? I've been doing terrible recently. You guys haven't heard the tri-bell whistle, actually. Well, you haven't heard the other two whistles that I 3D printed. We all know I 3D printed the central whistle. And this one is the right whistle. Hold on. And this one is the smallest whistle, or the left one. I can't really sound all of them at once because they need a lot of air pressure to make them sound off. Blowers can't cut it, so we are definitely going to be needing something pressurized. Oh, I can't believe that person is right. This thing definitely needs to be needing an air pressure because the blowers aren't powerful enough. It's only powerful enough to blow the central whistle, which is pretty obvious because that's where the connection is right there. It was chaotic yesterday. Ow. All right. I took measurement from this thing, and ironically, that thing actually fits perfectly in the blower. I maybe had to make it a little bit smaller so that I could fit a little bit tighter. Didn't plan it to make it up there. Landed up there. Okay. Sand. Whatever that is. The sand thingy. I forgot what it's called. No, it's not. It's not sand thing. It's something. I forgot what it's called. We December this thing. All right. What slip rings do you use? I don't use slip rings. Matter of fact, I barely built any rotating sirens. Why would you think I would have 5 out of the 23 or 24 of sirens? Especially the ones that are supposedly to rotate, but they don't because of how complicated they work. And I don't know how to work these sirens. I don't know how to work slip rings or collector rings yet. We will wait on the future. And to be honest, the progress of Grand Hurricane's rotator is on hold because I'm not even sure if that thing is gonna work or not. I still don't know what motor to use for it. But that's why I'll wait until I learn how to use more electronic stuff. I don't know, because I'm still stuck with the basic battery to motor to battery. Yeah, I'm still stuck with that. Where is the plushie? What plushie? What plushie? You just said, where's the plushie? What plushie? Alright. Okay. Get these things stacked onto each other because... Another scrap. Seven plushie. In my bed. I'm not bringing them out right now. Wait, no. I'm gonna reuse this thing. This thing should be reused for... I forgot. Since I got fresh new batteries, I could power the Fresh 500. Air compressor. Yeah, I know. I know I need an air compressor or even steam pressure. I'm just joking. Steam pressure is not even going to work with the thing because it's plastic. Okay. Guys, I can't answer all the questions at once right now. Okay, string. Oh yeah, guys. You guys didn't notice yesterday, but... Well, actually, I didn't stream yesterday. So, I just want to give you guys a problem that I solved yesterday. So, yesterday, Fresh Hurricane had a problem again. Yes, he had a problem again. But this time, it wasn't a cause. Well, actually... No, yeah, it wasn't a cause. It was just by gravity. So what happened is... Here, while I'm cleaning up, I'm going to explain the story. So what happened is that Fresh Hurricane's horn, we all know that his horn is really heavy, began to slip out of the glue. Yes, the glue didn't hold on. It wasn't glued right. So that repair that I did on Fresh Hurricane didn't glue right to the horn. So... Through time, it was actually slowly... No, actually, no. Yeah, it was slowly coming out of the glue until it eventually just loosens itself and, like, tilt downward. Like, downward. Like, his horn was downward. And I believe it was at, like, a 20 degrees. I don't know. But back to what I was saying. I noticed a problem, and I immediately sprang into action. And like I said, the glue didn't hold up, so I had to repair him. And what I did is I re-glued him back, but this time I used extra glue. But also to make sure that he is glued on nicely, instead of like hastily like last time. So, while he was drying, well actually he was dried, I laid him down actually. I put him on his back just so that he won't lose his horn again. Because it was still technically drying, even though it felt like it was dried, it was still technically drying. So he was laying down on his back for almost a day until today, somewhere around today, like a few hours ago. I put him back on his feet, or he's standing right up again. Because I think the glue dried enough now. So... yeah, Fresh Hurricane had another problem. It's very surprising that a hurricane that works so well has another problem. That might be a problem to the other 3D hurricanes, but it could not be another problem because they are still holding up. 3D Hurricane has been holding up for months now. Grand Hurricane also for months. Fresh Hurricane also for months, but actually no, not really months. Been like a month since I repaired him. Which, doing that repair has actually completely destroyed him. But yeah. Hey, you're not supposed to go right there. You're supposed to go in here. All right, where? Hammer. Battery compartment. Someone could have that real quick. Yo, can you have a battery compartment now? Because you've been standing idle for a while. I just realized something. Cardboard MK1 has a problem with his weight because it isn't being distributed right. So it's making him impossible. It's making him very hard to balance on the blower pipe to make him rotate properly, because most of the battery compartments is actually going to be at the back. Most of the batteries are going to be at the back of him, which too much weight in the back of him actually makes him lift upward. This horn would lift upward, and the gear would not work right. Right now, he's tilting downward a little bit because of the weight of his horn. But for 3D MK1, I think that problem would be solved by having the battery compartments on the back of him, because he is putting a lot of weight on the front of his horn. But remember, this is PLA plastic, a lot heavier than cardboard. So putting batteries in the back would probably help distribute the weight a little bit better. But if that doesn't help, and if his horn is still tilting downward, we're going to have to solve a little bit more We're going to have to solve the problem by some weight. The weight might be evened out by the motor, like the rotator motor, possibly. So basically, the back weight could be the motor and the batteries that it's going to be using. Sadly, it's not using slip rings, despite a siren being ahead of its time. I'm not even going to play Eaglercraft right now. Sorry. As much as I love to play, I don't want to play right now because I'm just in a pissed off mood. Tin foil. I really need to build another siren. It's been like over a month since I built one. When you really... I'm not releasing the 2T22 on printables. There's already like a billion 2T22s on printables. Why can't you guys download those models instead of... Why mine? Why my model instead of those models? Mine is a freaking small model. Those models are bigger than mine. So why not? Just 3D print those other people's models. Why mine? You're being the same for the Model 2 T. If only Britannic and Titanic could join Eaglercraft, it would be successfully peaceful. Not only Britannic and Titanic, but Vaderland. Well, actually, no, Vaderland could join. Vaderland and Imperator, so that not only we could have the whole entire Olympic class, but also the whole entire Imperator class. It would be so chaotic. Imagine we do like a weird tournament where we're like, I don't know what it's going to be like. It's going to be like who would win, the Imperator class or the Olympic class, where we would go in teams of what ship we're related to. That would be pretty amazing. But the problem is communication. That is going to be the biggest problem right there. I get it, we got my stream, but that is already a terrible communication right there. Discord is a good communication, but it's a bit iffy. But yeah, we all know that Britannic's too young to do Discord, and I'm not even sure about Titanic. I think Titanic is old enough to do it. Yeah, Titanic is old enough because she's my age. Whoops. Wait, no, Britannic is old enough. Dang it, I keep on forgetting. What do you mean by this is the only time? It should be never. Wait, never? No. I meant to say it should be more like that. So what do you mean by frickin' only time? So you're going to keep on saying it over and over again? Just to annoy me? Okay, I see now. I see. Okay. It's a lot more simple, and they use smaller motors, which are the ones I have. You have dual shaft 130 DC. You have dual shaft 130 DC motors? Didn't know about that. quiet. I prefer to have louder sirens. I'm just joking. I don't mind having quiet and loud. I forgot to 3D print the Model 2T stator and chopper since I got done with the whistles. Alright. $2D22 and the SDH10. Goodness, shut up. 2T22 and Model 2T have been chilling in the floor for a while, actually. They have never been on the floor for this long, actually, because they are usually in the back shelf. I mean, I don't mind keeping small sirens out on the floor for, like, long periods of time because I'll be working on them. Yeah, I'm looking at you, the Hurricanes. The two Hurricanes that are on the floor right now. Fresh Hurricane and 3D MK1. Fresh Hurricane was supposed to go back in his spot like almost a couple of weeks ago, but it's already filled up with stuff that I guess he's staying down here. Alright. I might go over a few rules about me making sirens. Is that I won't be making any sirens to use slip rings because, I mean, slip rings are very easy to make. It's just very problematic for the materials that I'm using. But not only that, it's cost money, which I don't have money. I mostly build my sirens by whatever I have in hand or how much money I have. Like, whatever budget I have. So, instead of recommending more sirens, you guys should be thankful that I built these sirens. Because I am literally wasting my budget on these sirens. And by this point, actually, if you think about it, I spent like $90 or $100 by these projects. By just motors, freaking wires, not only wires, batteries. Batteries is the biggest thing that I have to buy constantly. And what's next? Blowers for only the Hurricanes. The 3D Hurricanes. Which the blowers aren't really that cheap. I mean, no, they are cheap. They're like, I forgot how much they cost. 15, 20, I don't remember. 25? I don't really remember. Because it's been a while since I bought a blower. Really? I really just said it's been a while since I bought a blower, even though it's been like over a month. What I mean by over a month is the blower that I bought for 3 MK1. So yeah, you guys need to remember that I am working with materials I have right now. The materials I have on hand or whatever budget I have. That's why I basically don't focus on any of the slip ring sirens. That's why I don't put my focus on making sirens rotate, because they're either too large or it's going to be too complicated for me to work with slip rings. I mean, I know it's simple to make, or I know it's simple to use and also to make, but like I said, I have a very weird budget that I can't even buy slip rings. Oh yeah, guys, FYI, I spent the rest of my $20. Oh wait, did I already explain that? I probably explained that. But for people who don't know, I already wasted the rest of my $20 on stuff that I need for my sirens. So, you're welcome. Okay. Model 2T, you're gonna where should you go? You should go chill right here for now. 2D22, you're also gonna chill right here for now. Well, I'm gonna go dump this real quick. So, where do I put my phone at? Here. Go right there. Alright. Fresh Hurricane, your cable's in the way. Hold on, I gotta move those stuff. Record player. Ow, my leg. Alright. Take this. Put it in here. Because that is my freaking trash bucket that I have. in my room, and then whenever it gets too full, I would try to scavenge whatever parts I could recycle or reuse, and then I would just dump it all into a trash bag, and then just, well, throw it away. That's how my trash drawer works. It works by whatever parts that I can recycle, and then whatever is left, I'll just put in the trash bag and throw them away. Which would basically be like months from now. Not gonna throw it away until like in a few months probably. So weird that I was building sirens really quickly the start of this year, but then it just slowed down by the freaking budget now. Which, oh my, why am I tired? I don't know why I'm tired. All I did was just walk like a few feet. Ow! Ow! It's very hard for me to stay organized, especially working with projects. Not only hard to stay organized, but it's hard to keep my room clean because, dude, whenever I'm in a rush, I just tend to leave stuff on the floor. And then I'll just clean it up eventually. Bye. So yeah, that's just the life of me. I'll do whatever project I do, but whenever I'm in a rush, I just tend to leave the scraps or whatever on the floor and not clean it up until I have the time to do it. Until I have the time to do it, or... Hey, this is supposed to be with you. Okay, back to what I was saying. If I had the time, or I'm just bored out of my mind. Alright, I'm gonna go throw these away real quick. So I'm gonna mute to the stream. Whoops. I accidentally muted the stream again. But no. I meant the not the whole entire stream where it's just muted. I'm talking about whenever I came to unmute it right now, I accidentally muted it again. So yeah. Okay, so I'm back. I had to go do something. Okay. The reason why I had to do that right there is just to keep the stream entertaining and not boring. Even though keeping something looping over and over again is going to eventually get boring. So, it doesn't make sense. But, that's how my brain works. Okay. So, what were you guys doing while I was gone for like almost 15 to 10 minutes? 20? I don't know. Okay. I can technically test my Fresh Hurricane because all I need to do is just keep my window closed. I'm gonna have to keep my window closed or keep it open to test Fresh Hurricane. All right. Talking about best and worst sirens. Okay. Worst siren, ATI. The ATI sirens. I said sirens. I'm joking. But still, those sirens are problematic. Okay, so anyway, back to what I was saying. We are going to do something. We're going to do a little thingy that I probably haven't done before. We are going to test this thing, even though it's just a thingy with a switch. I forgot what this thing is called already. I'm just going to call it the many outlets. Guys, I just thought of something. If you plug it in like this, but if you plug in an outlet right here, is it still going to power itself up? Wait, no, it's not going to power itself up because this is the parts that need power. Wait. This gives it power. And whenever it puts power through here, it's gonna... Okay. I don't know what is up with me, but for some reason I'm malfunctioning by... Will it work if I just plug it in by itself like this and then apply something that'll give this power and then turn it on? I don't think that's how it works. That's just me stupid talking, probably. But I'm just wondering, plugging it into another one. Guys, FYI, there is another one right here. You can see the switch right there. And plugging it into another one right here. Well, actually, I'm actually doing an experiment on this one because this one is actually going to be doing a little test that I've been doing with the other one recently. But I got another one because it's very annoying for me to just take off the printer from up here just to access the outlet from the dresser. To access the outlet that is behind the dresser so that I could disconnect the thing with... That I could disconnect this thing. Not the thing that I showed you guys. I'm just going to say it again. It's very annoying. I get annoyed whenever I have to take off the printer just to access the outlet behind this dresser just to disconnect this thing and do it for one of my Hurricanes tests. That will take only for like 10 minutes and then I will just put it back on. It's very annoying for me to do that, so that's why I got another one right here. So that I don't have to constantly disconnect that one, and since I constantly disconnected that one a lot, putting it up here doesn't give it power anymore, so I have to leave it down here now. So that's why I had to get an extra one. And what the test is going to be is that... That didn't sound right. It's not plugged in all the way. Okay, these things are weird. Okay, so look, what I'm trying to do is... I'm gonna turn on everything on here. I'm gonna turn on the blower and the controller without the power yet. Because whenever I turn it on, it's gonna activate the siren already. And like I said, like a billion times, Fresh Hurricane, 3D Hurricane, and Grand Hurricane now run on AC power because the controller is an AC to DC converter technically because it has the headphone jack or whatever. Not really AC to DC. Well, actually, technically is, but still. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and unfold this one for some reason that I folded. I'm gonna have to unravel this thing, even though I had to roll it up like not too long ago, and I have to unroll it because I'm just doing this test because I'm an idiot. Because remember that, guys, I don't know why I do this type of stuff. So if I turn on the power, it gives it power. But right now, we're going to be focusing on Fresh Hurricane again. Fresh Hurricane is going to be our example of turning on immediately and turning off. So look, we're going to only do it, we're going to do him without the blower real quick. So let's go get this thing, plug it in. It's not gonna give him immediate power. So look, if I turn it on, it does have a delay because of how this thing works. But the problem is, the blower also has, well, it's connected to the same outlet. So I could technically turn off the blower individually like that, but I could also turn off the power individually by flipping this thing on, because look. No, I'm not planning any sirens because I don't have any materials for any more sirens. The only materials I have to make more sirens is a 3D printer. But all I could do right now is build replacement parts for my older sirens. I can't build any new ones because I am out of motors. Alright, so here. We're going to turn on the blower. Right here. All right. We're gonna make this thing taller real quick. Actually, I'm too lazy to make it taller, so I'm just gonna carry it. So look, now we gotta crank this up to as much power that it needs to with the blower, because yeah, it needs a lot more power because this is a DC motor. It's not like those motors where if the thing is covered in air, it's still going to be in the same speed. I don't have that type of motor. It's still a standard motor. Because look. So yeah. So right there, the blower starts first and then the siren, because this thing gives off a weird delay. It doesn't start it immediately. Look, I could do it again. Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna put it right there. So basically, I could just do that, but also just to turn off the siren before the blower, I could just do this. That's what I could do now. So yeah, this thing actually works. And basically, it could work for the same for the other Hurricanes. Just plug in the blower and the thing, but instead, just take off this and just plug it into the other headphone jack users right there. So yeah, that's how I'm gonna be using the freaking that thing. And potentially, I might weirdly bring this thing. No, I changed my mind. I'm not going to explain that until 2 years. until like the next 2 years. It's making a sharp buzzing. Do you know? Making that sound? It's coming for the motor. Okay, it's either the motor problem. It's either that it's coming from the motor, but you said a sharp buzzing noise, so I likely doubt it's the motor, so it's possibly the stator. It's possibly the chopper rubbing. It could be the chopper rubbing, or it's the motor itself. I don't know. I can't help you because I don't know how motors work. No, I know how motors work, but to my knowledge... Wait, what kind of motor is it? Is it the usual 130 DC motor, or any DC motor that you have? Is it a DC motor? Because if it is, I don't know why it's making that sharp buzzing noises. It's probably not the motor. It's probably the siren itself. And it's an AC. Okay, I don't know how those motors work. So you're asking the wrong guy right now. I don't know how AC motors work. So you're asking the wrong guy right now. Okay. All right. You know, I'm just gonna leave you connected. And since okay. No, it's an... Why did you say AC then? Why the hell did you say AC? Okay, so if it's DC, but what kind of DC motor? Is it a 130 DC motor? Where's that box? I need it. Is it a 130 DC motor? You know, those square like... It's 130. Okay, so it's possibly not the motor that's making the noise. It's probably the rubbing from the chopper. Is it possible to remove the chopper? Is it possible for you to remove the chopper? Because if it is possible for you to remove the chopper, then we'll see if it's the motor or the chopper it's making that sharp buzzing noise. You said it's... Oh, God. Okay, so... It could be the chopper. It might be the chopper that's making that sharp buzzing noise. Because, not to my knowledge, I don't think a 130 DC motor is able to frickin' do that. Do you have any advice for making sirens of my own, especially with cardboard and paper? Well, I haven't built a paper siren in a while, but not only that, I haven't built a cardboard siren in a while. But no. Yeah. I haven't built a cardboard siren in a while because Fresh Hurricane is most recent cardboard siren. But since you said cardboard, my advice about how to build a cardboard chopper... I don't know how to build a cardboard chopper properly because I haven't built one in a while. Because the last time I built a cardboard chopper is that big chopper right over there. And I don't remember how to build that thing because that thing was built like 2 years ago. As for paper, I have never built any paper sirens that work. I only built models, but not paper. But I do add paper for my material on working sirens. Which Model 2T is an example. So I could possibly help with the paper parts. So if you're building a siren that needs to have like a lightweight part, here's my advice. Whatever part that you're building out of lightweight, try to figure out how to make it out of paper. Like, what would it look like? Like, for example, if you're making a Model 2, try to figure out how to make these cones out of paper. And then whenever you make the cone, like, it's kind of easy to make a cone. It's very simple, actually. It's very simple. It's just a circle. Look, all you got to do is just draw a circle, and then you got to cut out that circle. And what you're going to do is you're going to have to cut through, you're going to have to cut the middle of the circle, like, and you have to cut until, like, the middle of the circle. Like, here, I'm going to have to use an example right here. What is a circle? I'm going to have to use that cardboard chopper real quick. So look, if you cut out a circle, you're going to have to cut right here, which is basically wherever. Cut right here and then cut straight through until you reach the middle. And whenever you do, you just kind of bring it to paper. You overlap the papers, and then whenever you do that, it will slowly form into a cone. And that's how I built the Model 2 T, because look, you could see the seam line right there. It is terrible because I didn't really make a perfect circle. Hello, Jaden. So, yeah. As for the old Hurricane, it's basically the same thing. It's basically the same thing, making a cone, but it's having a hole through the middle, which I believe to make the hole through the middle, you're going to have to fold the cone, and then whenever you do fold the cone, you just cut through. I don't think you cut straight. I think you have to cut it in a curve. Like, I believe the curve you have to cut it on is whatever the curve looks like whenever you fold the paper. You're going to have to cut it like that curve. Like, if the curve looks like this, you're going to have to cut like that curve, so that whenever you open up the cone, it would look like a circle in the middle. That's what I tried to do for new Hurricane, but he is made out of cardboard, so it's a lot harder to do with cardboard. So that's why I don't recommend making cardboard horns, because it's impossible to make. No, it is possible. It's just really hard to make. I'd rather go for a thin cardboard to make it work, not like really thick cardboard. But yeah, as for a cardboard chopper, I'm going to try to remember how I built it, even though I said I don't feel like saying it. No, even though I don't remember, since the last time I built this thing was 2 years ago, I'm going to try to remember. So, if you have that thing where it has a pencil, but not only that, it's connected to a thing where you could stick in the middle and then you could draw a perfect circle out of that thing, that could work. But if you don't have that, what I did was this. So, I just grabbed the motor that I have, and I just penetrated the cardboard with the motor shaft. Like, I penetrated the cardboard with the motor shaft. Oh, the more that I'm saying this, I'm actually remembering. Yeah, okay, so you penetrate the cardboard with the motor shaft, and then whenever it feels like it's a tight fit, make sure the cardboard piece is big enough for whatever motor you're using, because if the cardboard piece is too big for a 130 DC motor, that thing is going to slip. Because, okay, anyway, back to what I was saying. Whenever you penetrate the cardboard, that's making the mark of the middle. So then, you just power up the motor, and the cardboard would go spinning. Make sure it's tight, because if it's loose, it's not going to really work well. So, whenever it spins, I'll grab, like, a Sharpie and try to draw on. As you can see, that's what I did right there. Try to draw on, and what you do is you just hold the Sharpie at one place. You don't move anywhere. You just hold it in one place until it makes a good circle enough. I rather make the line very thick. What I mean by that is stand still and then move a little bit inward, but not too much inward. And then whenever you get that done, you could just take off the cardboard, and then you could cut through the circle. And then you could just put it back on the motor shaft, and then whenever you do that, if it's not vibrating, that means it's really good. It's very hard for me to explain. If it doesn't vibrate, that means it's very, very centered. What? It's centered properly. But if it still vibrates, try try to do that circle thing again, but make it a little bit more perfect. But the other problem is if your cardboard is a little bit wavy, try to get it as flat as possible. Like, if your cardboard is, like, very bent or wavy, like, just try to get it, before you penetrate it with the motor, try to get it as flat as possible and then penetrate it with the motor. But since making a cardboard piece flat as possible, it would still look wavy. So for the Sharpie bit, you're going to have to push down a little bit on the cardboard. Just a little bit, not too much to where the motor is going to freaking rub, the motor shaft is going to rub on the cardboard and make it loose. But anyways, back to the perfect circle stuff. Whenever you get the perfect circle, you could just do whatever you want by building a chopper. You can make a 6-port, 8-port, 10-port, whatever. But you're going to have to make sure that the walls are perfect. You got to make sure that the walls are perfectly glued. Because if not, there's going to be problems. Because if one wall is close to another, that is going to be a very big problem. Because it's going to cause a lot of vibration. This is why making chopper walls is a problem. Because you got to make sure that every port is spaced evenly. Not only that, you're also going to have to bend the walls for the circle that you made. The circle disc. I'd rather make a 4-port. Because the 4-port is a very simple chopper port to make. Also, you could also make an 8-port, which is also another simple chopper port to make. So, whenever you get the walls, I rather duplicate the walls a lot more times. But also, not only that, you also got to make sure that it fits on the chopper. And whenever you do that, you just glue on the walls. And you could give it a little spin, but it's probably going to make the walls go outward because of how fast the motor is going to be spinning. So, what I recommend is either give it vanes. Well, actually, no, you definitely need vanes. So you could give it vanes. So then you just add the vanes. It's very simple to make the vanes. It's just basically making a blower fan, but just chopper-like, because it got walls. And then whenever you get that down, it's optional to have a little top ring or not. As you could see, I didn't have a top ring, but it might sound better with a top ring, so maybe add a top ring. I'm not really good at explaining that. There's someone who already did a cardboard chopper that is a lot better than my explanation, so yeah. Anyway. Shut up! Stop asking about the Dominator 3. It's chilling on my dresser. Okay, anyway. I don't even know what to do now. I'm just really bored. Okay, where's my blue computer? Because we are definitely going to start printing Model 2's Skater and Chopper. Ow! But also the... I am definitely going to have to... It's definitely caught... Yeah, it's the motor support. Okay, I'm gonna have to... Yeah, you're welcome. It's probably not gonna work that well. I tried explaining it as much as I can, but not only that, try to remember. Oh my goodness, I hate it whenever it doesn't give me Wi-Fi. Sorry guys, you're not looking at the computer right now, because I am definitely gonna have to download it. It's gonna die. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to do this quickly. Model 2T. Download the stator. No! Oh my goodness, I coded that it's gonna have to make me log in. What is up with these? Wait, what am I doing? I'll go back. Oh my freaking god. Damn, I've never been this pissed before. Alright. Hurry, my computer's gonna die. It's gonna freaking die! Hurry! I'm in a rush right now. Oh my goodness, this is not what I meant. This is not what I... So you're saying that I'm gonna have to go on to print up... What are you doing? What the frick are you doing? Okay, it seems like I'm gonna have to... I'm so angry. Okay. Alright. Save. Model 2T. 4-port chopper. Download that. Complete. Complete it. There you go. Thank you. Alright. Done with that. Now we need the 5-port, which is that is the chopper. That is the bottom port that is going to be connected to the motor. And a Model 2T stator. We are definitely going to be needing that. Without the stator, it's just going to sound like a freaking fan. Now we get to here. Get the 4-port in. Model 2T 4-port, which is the top port. Put that in, and how long is it going to take? Because this stream is going to last until 12. Possibly 12:30. So please, it can't be like an hour long. If it is an hour long, sorry guys, you're not going to see the Model 2T being assembled for this stream. Or maybe I could try to make the stream up until 1. Well, we will never know. Maybe during that time I might... 39 minutes! Okay, that is kind of problematic. Because that's like half an hour right there. Over half an hour right there. I mean, it's 10:54 p.m. for me, so I'm definitely going to have to get these models downloaded quickly. I could try to attempt blowing these whistles again. But it's not going to sound good because I don't have that much air to blow through them. That sounded weird. Hold on, I gotta make sure that they work. 54 minutes. Okay, works. Okay, I'm just using the mouse that the computer has now. Okay. 2T stator, okay. Now let me try to blow the whistle again, because that sounded horrible. It's not going to last for that long. And that's all. Only worked for like one split second. Alright, how much is this one going to take? It's probably going to take an hour. It might take an hour for this thing to be printed. Yep, I was right. An hour and 7 minutes. Okay, yeah, this thing is not going to be assembled on stream. I was right. And then I didn't even download the motor support because it's literally the exact same as the 3D Hurricane. Here, I'm going to have to search up 3D Hurricane motor support. Oh my goodness, I have copied it so many times. We're going to go for the second one because I believe the second one was for... Okay! I believe the second one is from the Grand Hurricane. Of course, I accidentally... Grand Hurricane? No, the second one must be from 3D Hurricane whenever I was replacing his stator. Yeah. Okay. It's saved. Go in now. We gotta get this done. Okay! You're close! I don't get... Okay! You're close! I don't know why you're making that noise! Hey, where is the freaking plug for this thing. Okay, while I'm looking for the plug, let's turn on the printer. Where is it? I have early... Oh my goodness, I have dementia because I don't remember where I put the thing at. Guys, I don't remember where I put the thing at because I always put the cover on this thing because it keeps it clean. Yo. Where did I put the damn cover? Fudge. Yeah, I have enough filament. Okay, good. 4-port. We're starting with the 4-port. Settings. Make it 80% because I want a nice perfect. So it might take a little bit longer, guys. The time might take a little bit longer since I'm slowing down the print to 80% of its speed that is given to the slicer because I want a nice perfect print. But I'm definitely going to have to change this. Thanks for interrupting me. I might have to change the speed on the freaking slicer so that I don't have to constantly change the speed to 80% on the freaking printer itself. Anyway, where did I put that damn cover at? There it is. Man, that really took me a while. Dang. Alright, where is the charger? There it is. It's right there. It's right there. I see you. Because you're gonna freaking die. Okay. Wait, really? Wow, we just hit 6K during this stream. Wow. That is actually insane. We actually hit 6K during the stream. Why don't you want to kiss tight? Oh my goodness, we're only good friends. We're only good friends. What? Would I tell you that if you had a best friend that is a freaking male? Would I tell you that if your best friend is a male? Would I tell you that? Why would you kiss your best friend? Would I tell you that? Titanic is actually not a male, she's a female. But I'm just saying, we're just best friends. And what would happen if I say that to you? What if I say that to you? Like, why won't you kiss your best friend? Would you be gay? I don't know why I went off like that. Holy crash out of the freaking stream. I really had a crash out right there, huh? Can you show us the P50? No. But since we are printing out Model 2T's replacement parts, we're going to have to take apart Model 2T. So how we're going to do this is we are definitely going to have to take apart from the bottom. We might have to remelt the glue, so we're going to have to... I don't want to rip the glue off. I can't believe that we hit 6K because the next goal is freaking 10K now, which is probably going to take a while now. Oh my goodness, why would you say that? What would you say if I say that? What would you say if I said, why don't you... Yo, 4, why don't you kiss 1? What about that? Wait, no, the glue isn't hot enough. I could use the X-Acto blade, but that's gonna cut my fingers. Because it's gonna skip, and I'm gonna be like, ah! Yeah. Guys, it ain't removing. It's not removing right now. Okay. What is this doing? What is this doing over here? The phone. Okay. We need to remove this from the Model 2T. Oh, I could technically remove... Oh, right. I forgot. This is hastily glued on, so the glue is dried up a little bit, so it's a little bit weak. Okay. I guess that's how it works. We just got to remove a little bit. Just right there. Just right there, right there, right there, right there. That's the only part that we need to remove. Okay, I'm definitely going to have to rip it. Just right there. All right. Finally, first time lifting up the shroud of the Model 2T. Whoa. It's been a while looking at... Whoa, what the heck? It's been a while since I looked... You're afraid of a dark and... What? What? Okay, but you being afraid of the dark, I see the reason, because hey, you're not the only one. I'm also afraid of the dark. I got proof. Got a nightlight over there and a nightlight right here. That's a nightlight that I grew up with, so don't make fun of me. Well, actually, you guys are probably going to make fun of me, so... If you guys do, I don't care. It's a nightlight that I had since I was, like, a baby. Here's Model 2T's chopper. Oh, my goodness. This thing has seen better days. I forgot how much this thing vibrates. Look at the freaking tolerance. That is huge. Look at the gap right there. That's like 2 to 3 millimeters right there. It's built like that because of how they're printed. Like, it's not really a perfect circle. But since I got a better printer, I can make this thing to 1.5 instead of like 2 to 3 millimeters. But before I do that, let's get one last test of the Model 2T like this. And by the way, it's shroudless, so it's probably going to get more air now. He's probably going to sound like that again, but louder. He does have a little bit of rasp. Look at how thick the frickin' stator is. Like, look at the walls. That is unnecessary right there. It would be the same for the chopper walls. Like, look at that. That's also unnecessary. But kind of necessary at the same time. I don't know. Okay, we're gonna have to pull this thing out. Hold still, chopper. We are gonna pull you out perfectly. Like that. Oh, this thing has a long shaft. Ooh, this chopper. Oh, no. Model 2, when were you created? Model 2, when were you created? I'm gonna frickin'... Guys, if you didn't know, I got triggered today. So I'm a little bit under the weather. Model 2T. Let me see. Model 2T, December 2nd, 2020. No wonder why I got a wave of frickin' 2024 vibes. Because I remember building you now. I remember frickin' sanding off the frickin' walls. I remember sanding off right here. You could see, because look, oh my goodness, it's not focusing. Look, you see, this part looks a little bit smoother. It's smoother because of how much I sanded. Is there still dust? There is really still dust in here. From when I sanded this over a year ago. I am very surprised there is still dust in here. There's still like... There is still freaking plastic dust of whenever I was sanding down the stator. Do you love Titanic? Okay. I love Titanic as a friend, okay? Oh my goodness. Do you love one as a girlfriend then? Model 2T tied. No, he didn't. I could just put back his chopper like this and he could still work fine. Surprising that I could put back his chopper on like that. Because look, he could still work fine. I'm not sure if I showed you the inside. If I did, I probably have dementia and I forgot if I showed you guys. If I didn't, I'm still going to show you anyway. So look. That's what the inside popsicle sticks, just to support the cardboard bits right there. Because look, if I tilt the angle right there, it's not one piece. It's actually in like a billion pieces. I said best friend. You're freaking deaf, man. Okay, anyway. Yeah, he's weirdly shaped right now. But yeah, now we just gotta take apart the Model 2T again. Wait, I could just pull it out as normal, right? The freaking tolerance of this thing is so huge that I won't be so worried about it rubbing. I'm getting nostalgia from this thing. Okay. I need to remove the motor. So how the hell do I remove the motor now? I am definitely going to have to remove those toothpicks. So we're going to have to remove it from the bottom right here. And also careful with the wires. Oh my goodness, this thing is between. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I am going to reuse these popsicle sticks. I'm not going to be wasting them. And then I believe I could just push down the motor. Yep, I just push it down and it just comes off very easily. Yep, here it comes. Oh my goodness, this thing is drenched in glue. Let's go clean this thing up real quick. Oh, as I could tell, this glue has dried up a little bit in the air. Get the glue out of the friggin' things right there. Like that. Alright. There you go. The motor still works. It's fine. As you guys could tell, it is very rusty. No, not really rusty, but it's looking rusty. It's because it's from an old toy that probably got wet or something. But I'm surprised. Probably got wet, but didn't spend too much time in the water. What I mean by not too much time in the water is because, I mean, it's not very rusted. So this thing is okay. I got a really heavily rusted motor. Not heavily, actually. I got a rusted motor. So now we got these things that are going to be put away now in the original parts of Siren box. Because I always do that. Ow! Peeling dry super glue. Dry super glue? No, that's a lot harder to peel off. Hot glue is a lot more satisfying. Okay, I don't think I could peel that one off. This one is just completely off. This one I also can't probably peel off all the way. Oh no, I can, actually. I'm gonna break my nails if I do that. Okay. So we got those parts. Should I make an SDH10 or a Model 2? They're kind of both single tones. Which one sounds a little bit easier to make? Hold on. Model 2 has these things. SDH10 has a ton of horns. But which one's a lot more simpler? Model 2T has a shroud. Ah, my ear's ringing! Ow. Guys, I can't think anymore. Guys, give him an option on which one's easier to make, a Model 2 or a SDH10. Oh, God, give me a minute. Let me drink water real quick. Okay. Model 2? Well, if you think about it, Model 2 is a little bit more complicated of how it's built. Because we got the cones. Not only that, you're also going to have to add these cones right there. But if you think about it, an SDH10 is also going to be a lot harder because you're going to have to build 12 horns. But not only that, you have to make sure that they fit with the stator. I guess Model 2, because this is just a shell, technically. You could focus on the shell later, and you could just build the chopper and stator really easily. And then whenever you're done building the chopper and stator, just measure out how big it is, and then make the shell around that. So, yeah. Right now, I'm going to go remove the extra glue on the bottom of the Model 2T, because I am going to make the shell removable like the Model 5. Because I'm not going to glue it down again. Why the hell did I even glue it down? There's no reason for me to glue it down. Okay, I don't think I could remove the glue. I'm just going to leave on the glue, I guess. And by the way, it makes it a lot more flatter, so I guess I'm just going to leave it on. But I should definitely add something on the inside so that it could keep it from rolling, from like flying off. But not only that, I also probably should do that on the Model 5. Okay. So we got Model 2T's motor. And we got the popsicle sticks are going to be holding the motor. Well, actually, not the motor itself. It's going to be holding the motor support. I really like how common this DC motor is. It's very easy to obtain. And I really like how tiny it is. Like, look at this little guy. T22. I am bored. I'm going to go test you overpitched with these. Actually, no. Let me try to get you in pitch by these batteries real quick. Sorry if he's off camera. Nope, he's overpitched. You are so lucky. I am. What? I don't understand what you're trying to say, but okay. Have you ever been to SirenCon? I have never been to SirenCon, and I don't want to be reminded right now. Don't ask why. Do you love the love music that I put for rage baiting? No. Only if it's necessary. I just said why. I just said don't. I just said don't ask why. Y'all have short attention spans. Oh my goodness. Very sad that. It's so sad. What is the most smallest siren you ever made? 2001 SRN. He isn't the smallest siren I have ever made, but he's the smallest working siren I have. But the smallest siren I have ever made, I have made a really, really tiny Thunderbolt back then. Like a long time ago. It's smaller than the HO scale Thunderbolt, actually. That shows you how tiny it is. Sadly, it isn't here anymore. It's like a spongy Thunderbolt. Like a little foam Thunderbolt. Or like, you know that 2001? You know that squishy 2001? I hope you guys know what I'm talking about. The squishy 2001. Yeah, it's basically that, but really, really tiny. Really tiny. And like I said, it's smaller than a HO scale Thunderbolt. Which, if you guys don't know the scale of an HO scale Thunderbolt, here he is. Yeah. Very tiny. Here it is next to a DC motor. A 130 DC motor, just to see how tiny it is. Just the head alone, guys. Here, let me take off the head real quick. You guys got a better scale now. What's the biggest siren? Wayland Vortex. I love Titanic as a friend, okay? So yeah, that's how tiny it is. Ooh, I'm gonna put down another tiny thing. Solenoid. Hold on. There you go. The solenoid I used for the 1003. FYI, what about P50? P50 is not the largest siren I built. It's not even larger. What's the difference between Grand Hurricane and Fresh Hurricane? You gotta be the most blindest person to ever ask that question. I'm sorry to yell. I'm sorry to yell. I am not lying. You gotta be the most blindest person to ever ask that question. That's Fresh Hurricane. And that's Grand Hurricane. That's Fresh Hurricane. That's Grand Hurricane. Oh my goodness, what is the damn difference between both of them? What is the difference? Do you mean what's the difference from Fresh Hurricane and 3D Hurricane? They both are similar. Grand and Fresh, they both are technically similar, but they have a different color. Oh my goodness. I hope you meant 3D Hurricane. Because look, that's 3D Hurricane, that's Fresh Hurricane. I hope you meant 3D Hurricane, not Grand Hurricane. Because, oh my goodness. Oh my god, I am too angry. Get out of my face. Oh my goodness. I want to cause destruction now. Okay, before I cause so much more destruction, I'm gonna have to put away whatever is fragile right in front of me. Put away right now, because especially the HO scale Thunderbolt, because this is my second HO scale Thunderbolt. The first one got destroyed. That one is my second one. So I am putting it away carefully. It will be the same for the Model 2T. Even though it isn't fragile right now, it will be the same for the 2T22. Actually, no, the 2T22 is fragile. Put those away before I cause any more destruction. Oh my goodness. You want to make a siren as big as your Mario plush, but I don't have enough cardboard. Okay. I am too angry right now. I better not get any messages while I'm away. No, I'm just gonna cancel the stream. I'm just gonna turn off the stream now. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm a little bit more calm now. Let's put back the tripod. I almost caused destruction, even though I just punched my piano. I think it's still okay. Let me fix this up. There you go. Yeah, it's still okay. I'm gonna get some water. I definitely need water. Everything is fragile in my room. Not everything, actually, but mostly everything. Where's that fidget? Who listens to Sleeping Sun? I don't listen to that anymore. Hey guys, look at the squishy of the 7-Up that I have. Squish, squish. Why did I do that? Okay. I'm gonna land it. Oh no, hold on. I'm gonna land it. I'm gonna land it. I'm gonna land it. I'm gonna land it. Dang it. I'm gonna land it. Is this thing getting hair on it? It feels sticky, but it's not getting hair. Huh. I'm gonna land it. I'm gonna land it. Doesn't smell like anything. I'm gonna land it. 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 Okay. Even though I didn't land it, at least I got it on top of 30 MK1. That'll work. Squishy. I have no idea what a Nido is. Ah, it fell. Okay, that'll work. I also got another squishy. Oh! What the what? How did I catch my clock like that? Sorry, it happened off camera, guys. But I caught my clock very weird. Spider-Man? I got this thing. It's either hot chocolate or... It might be hot chocolate because I got this during winter of 2025. But yeah, look at this thing. It's also squishy too. I also got a globe. Or... It's also squishy, but it's a little bit more harder. I also got other squishies of planets, but they are currently away right now in those drawers. Just to keep you sane, what is different between Fresh Hurricane and 3D Hurricane? Okay. I'm glad you asked that question now. Oh my goodness. To be honest, nobody had told me that before. Even though I really just said, why not just... Even though I said, do you mean 3D Hurricane and Fresh Hurricane? But yeah, anyway. Back to what I was doing now. The difference is, Fresh Hurricane looks a lot more... fresh. He looks a lot more fresh. Or a lot more cleaner than 3D Hurricane. Because look at 3D Hurricane. He's a little bit of a mess. Not only that, his blower box is falling apart right now. Fresh Hurricane is a lot more cleaner. Because he's got new cardboard parts that are much more stable than the already used cardboard parts from 3D Hurricane. Also, the difference is the logo. That logo for Fresh Hurricane is a digital logo. 3D Hurricane's logo is actually hand-drawn. And FYI, the digital logo of... not an FYI, actually. This is a fun fact. Fun fact, the digital logo of the Fresh Hurricane, Grand Hurricane, and the 3D MK1, those logos are actually made from Tinkercad. No joke. I built the logo in Tinkercad. So basically, I could 3D print the logo. It's very insane. The reason why I made it out of Tinkercad? I don't know. I was doing it when I was at school. And there wasn't any other options. So I just did it on Tinkercad. Even though it's very interesting to do a logo on Tinkercad. So basically, I could have a nice flat logo. But not only that, I also get a 3D model of the logo. Alright. Okay. Since we're waiting for the chopper to be printed, I'm gonna go play the piano, guys. I'm gonna try to bring my camera up here so that you guys can watch me play the piano. I really just threw everything like that. Alright, I'm gonna yeet you up here, and I'm gonna yeet you up here. It's more of a fleet than a yeet because the yeet, you just throw it behind. A fleet is more you throw it on front of you. What I mean is this. Here, I'm gonna have to use this. A fleet is throwing it right in front of you. A yeet is more backward, like this. Fleet, more like that. So yeah, there you go. There's a little difference of a fleet and a yeet. You have a bigger piano. Oh, want a cookie? Do you want an award for that? For getting a piano that is bigger than mine? I don't give a fudge. I'm sorry. I'm freaking sorry. I'm never usually like this. I'm sorry. I'm freaking sorry. I just had to let off my anger on someone right now. I'm freaking sorry. I just had to let off my anger. I'm sorry. I am freaking sorry. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry. I just had to let off my anger. Okay. Okay. What the what? What's your favorite of the hurricane? What are you talking about? What? Grammar check. What is your favorite of the hurricane? What's my favorite part of the hurricane? Is that what you're saying? What's my favorite part of the hurricane? If that's what you're talking about, I like how the head is assembled. That's what I like about. That's what I look. Hold on. I'm gonna answer that question after I'm done answering the other question. So my favorite part about the hurricane is this is probably not the question that you're asking. Which one of all the hurricanes is your favorite? There's only a few types of hurricanes. It's obviously going to be the Mark II, the later Mark IIs. I like the Mark I's. I do love the Mark I's and the bowl rotator box Mark IIs and the extended horn Mark IIs, but I do like the later Mark IIs because the later Mark IIs gives us the iconic hurricanes that we know, like Milwaukee Hurricane. Why was I about to say Grand Hurricane? Darien Hurricane. The Yellow Darien Hurricane. Addiston, Ohio Hurricane. Yeah, all those sorts of hurricanes. Yeah, Greendale. You guys, I hope you guys noticed that I didn't include the La Crescent hurricanes. You have a headache? Okay. Didn't really need to know that. What percentage is my phone at real quick? It's 51. Okay, we're good. Hold on. Before But yeah. Okay, let me go back to the question where someone said what I think someone said what is my favorite part of the hurricane, which that is probably not the question that they ask. Back to what I was saying. My favorite part of the hurricane is how the head is built. Instead of like a Thunderbolt, it's basically it has its own stator assembly that you could put inside of the hurricane head. So basically, it makes taking apart the hurricane a lot easier because instead of like taking apart the whole entire head like of a Thunderbolt, you just take off the head from the rotator and then you just pull out the stator assembly, and it's very, very easy right there. or I think it's easy. Like, I really like that idea. It's basically a Model 5, Model 2T, whatever, but as a blower siren. Because we all know that we can remove the shrouds of the Model 5, Model 2. Whatever siren that can remove your shroud on, that's basically how the Hurricane works. Because it kind of, if you think about it, it technically is a siren that can remove its shroud, but it's not really a shroud. It's more of a head. But yeah. That's the part that I like about the Hurricane. The blower is problematic. It's just basically a Thunderbolt blower, but wider. I'm talking about the Roots blower. The Roots blower is basically a Thunderbolt root blower, but wider. And that is very problematic. And you can't put a Thunderbolt blower on the Hurricane because the Hurricane is going to be significantly quieter with the Thunderbolt blower. I suck! If you put a Hurricane blower on a Thunderbolt, you're mentally insane. Literally! The Thunderbolt is going to be impossibly loud. Maybe not impossibly loud, but maybe it's going to blow up the siren because of how powerful the Hurricane blower is. I'm jealous of people because I only have a hand crank siren. Hey! I should be jealous because I don't have a hand crank siren. Because I'm going to be very, very honest. You guys are very impossible to work with. It's very hard to keep these guys working. Even though it looks easy, it's very hard because you're going to have to eventually replace the parts. You got to make sure you maintain them. It's not that, it may look like it's easy, but it's more of hard and easy at the same time. So like a medium. What did you just say? Which Hurricane has a 5-6 chopper? Was it 30? I don't know how you got this far. How do you not know? I made a video of all my Hurricanes testing, and it's literally very obvious of which one is the 5-6. It's Grant and Cardboard MK1. It's him and him. How do you... Oh my goodness. Okay, this is rage bait. I'm just calling this rage bait now. The reason why I'm messing up is because my hands are sweating. Look at this. You barely watch videos, but you're cool. No wonder. I don't know. What are you talking about? You're not making any sense. I'm sorry, but I'm trying so hard to read whatever you're trying to say because it's kind of not making sense for me. It's very hard for me to understand real quick. Can you play okay, I'm sorry to say this, guys, but whatever song that you guys mentioned to me, I don't know what that song is, or it's either a song that I don't know of, or it's either a song that I heard of but I have never played of. The song that you said, I don't know what that is. You just started? Oh, okay, so it's my fault. My fault. Makes sense. Okay, it's my fault. But yeah, it's Grand Hurricane and Cardboard MK1. What did you just say? Oh, never mind. Oh, frick.
So Grand Hurricane is basically just Addison at the event without the black. Addison wasn't originally
A 5 to 6. Addison wasn't originally a 10-12 Hurricane, but I guess you could say that. Because Addison was originally an 8-10. Grand Hurricane wasn't originally an 8-10. He was planning to be 5 to 6. So basically, you can say he's Addison-like, but not really Addison-like. Man, it's so tough for me to play it without sweating.
For some reason, every city that had a hurricane chose 8-10.
No, all the Hurricanes were manufactured to be 8-10. They didn't choose. They were all manufactured to be 8-10.
They didn't really choose. They
were given those specific port types, but they were mainly manufactured 8-10s. It's only whenever I I might be wrong about this. It's possibly only whenever the city recommends a unique chopper port instead of 810. I might be wrong about that, but they are all given 810s instead of like 1012 or 812. But man, an 812 Hurricane would be interesting. We already got mini 812 Hurricanes. Grand Hurricane. 3D Hurricane is one of them, even though he was originally 810 or 4 to 5. I don't know how to play the rest of that yet. It's crazy. I'm gonna mute the stream because I'm gonna try to play this other one real quick. Okay, I remember how to play that. 912 Hurricane is crazy. Even though they never given a 912 actually. 912 wasn't really a option. 912 wasn't actually an option. I remember researching about hurricanes and I was like, wait, I thought it was given a 912 option. Huh, it's just a weird Mandela effect, I guess. But yeah, you're right. A 912 Hurricane would, yeah. This whole time I've been making a Model 5. Ooh, I actually want to see it. I actually low-key want to see it. I noticed that you got it at 408. I'm gonna be honest, your 408 is pretty good, actually. It has nice colors, actually, which none of my sirens barely have any colors. Because they were never painted. Okay. Nope, that doesn't sound right. I don't know why I have to play it like this. That doesn't really sound right on this pitch. It sounds right in the original pitch, but it doesn't really sound right on this one. How do I show it? You just make a community post, like usual. You can make a community post as usual. You could either have my @ on it, or you don't really have to, because I'll probably check it out later. Oh, you're done. Great. Well, my printer got done with the 4-port, even though it's freaking 11:50. It's very insane. How is it already almost August? I know! Don't remind me of that right now. So now we gotta wait for a little bit until I can start next print, because I always give these printers a break, because I'm not like my friend who freaking abuses the printer until it breaks. Like, who the fuck would do that? No one think is Jackson, Titanic is Rip. Hey, don't say that. Don't say that. We just got Titanic back. Don't say that. Please don't say that right now. Don't say that. I'm actually serious. I'm actually serious. Don't actually say that. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't say that. We just got Titanic back. Just don't say that. Whoops, I forgot how to play this. Okay, so... Again. I mean, if you think about it, I don't want her to abstract again. Okay. You posted it? Okay. I'm gonna have to wait until, like, it'll show up for me, because usually it'll be a long-ass delay for me. It's a very long-ass delay. Say? And also the flashback. Shut the frick up! Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. The same thing as... Okay. Couldn't tell it's not real. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'm gonna start the next print real quick. I hope the printer's cooled down enough. Yeah, you're good. I believe so. Let me feel you. Oh, you're still hot. I'm not sure if I should even start the next sprint right now. Oh, I broke it! We're gonna move that later. Dude, if you don't, oh my goodness. Ow. Ow. Ow! I'm really proud of the modifiers you made. Oh, work this hard. These arms look this good. Oh, okay. Since you said it looks that good, I'm actually gonna be excited to see it. Nope, it still isn't. It still isn't there for me, so I'm gonna have to wait for a little bit. Actually, here, let me go refresh real quick. What? What do you mean? What do you mean YouTube quitted? I refreshed it. It looks like my Model 2. It looks like it's probably gonna look like my Model 5 I built in 2023, since you said Model 5. So I'm assuming it's gonna have similar colors. That's enough. That's enough triggering for today. I got triggered again. It's still loading for me. Remember, I have a weird ass delay on whenever someone posts something. Okay. That's enough PTSD for me for today. I already got triggered today, and I have been under the weather today. I'm not even gonna read the chat anymore. I'm just gonna crash out. If I see one more thing that will make me angry, I'm just not gonna read the chat for a little bit. Or instead for a little bit, until I'm done with the song that I'm gonna play on my piano. Jesus, this stream had a big delay. Okay. Okay, I'm just not gonna read the chat for a little bit until I'm done with this song. right, there you go. I'm done. Alright, I'm back. You don't like ships? Which ships are you talking about? The people where... Are you talking about boats, or are you talking about those ships? If you're talking about those ships, I agree, kind of. I agree. But if you're talking about boats, there's something wrong with you. But I hope you're talking about the other option. Those ships? Okay, good. Majestic, if you don't shut the frick up. You know, no, you're just being majestic, okay? You're just being majestic. Never mind, I changed my mind. Shut up. Shut up. Okay. Shut up! What, you want me to admit something? You want me to do something? Dude, you want me to say something at this point? Oh my goodness. Oh my god, I'm... I'm gonna start crying at this point. Bro is daring me to say something. He's crashing out because he doesn't have a few. Oh my. Does this count? I had this thing for a very long time, actually. So yeah. I believe since 2022. So, like, a long-ass time. Of course. It's not really. Like I said, I had this for, like, a long-ass time. Like I said, since 2022 or possibly 21. I don't really remember. It's just been sitting here on my bed for a while. Poop emoji just fell. No, don't fall again. I'm sorry. I'm about to admit something at this point. Like, dude, do you want more formula for H-bait? At this point, I'm just gonna give him more of a formula of rage bait. You know. Okay, fine! Fine! Yo, it's starting to wind a lot now. It's sucking out all the moist air that's in here because of me sweating in here because of someone making me angry. Okay. You know what? Fine!
You want me to say something? Okay. I don't know how to describe this, actually. No, I'm not gonna say it, actually. I'm not gonna say it until you're pushing my limit. I'm not gonna say it until you're pushing my limit. Oh, no. Wait, I just realized something. This is not rage bait from me. I could live a happy day. This is not rage bait from me. I mean, he's not talking about me, so... Hey, I'm winning. What am I talking about? Hold on. I think Jaden predicting FY of the gender swap for real. I don't think he's ever gonna do a gender swap of F. Gender swap of what? Nothing. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is okay. Dude, is this Majestic is really pushing my limit right now. Yeah. I was expecting to be running out of juice anytime soon. Hello, DSM Sirens. Anyway, F left already. Okay. Alright. Hey guys, did you know that 4 and X were separate 4 times? Did you know that 4 and X were separated 4 times? Left the Olympic one time. We just talked about this, not mentioning my trauma, and you're freaking mentioning trauma right now? Okay, I'm done. Get the frick out. I'm done, you're going to timeout. I'm done. I'm freaking done. I'm done. No, I'm done. I'm done. No. Frick you. I don't care. The 4th video is a surprise. I don't care. I don't care. Oh. Bro, there's some... First time having a mental breakdown in a while. First time. Very first time of having a mental breakdown. Pain is very amazing. Bro, I need water. I need water. Never broke character this much before. Tears. Ah. Have you guys ever thought about how painful a loss could be? It is painful. Very painful. For something or someone you loved just to be taken away from you. All those memories that you made. All that. Just taken away from you. And you got no chance to potentially save. Even everything you do, you have no chance. Ugh. Losses could be painful. Very painful. You never know what would you get. You never know what would you get after a loss. Something good. Something bad. You'll never know until you wait in the future. There's always something good coming out of a loss. There's always something good coming out of a loss. Whenever my cat died in October of 2023, I was really, really devastated. It's the best cat that I had. Best cat that I ever had. Black, fluffy cat. best I've ever had, now taken away from me. And I still miss them to this day. But the good that came out of that was a friend. A literal friend. A friend that you guys may know now. She is called the Titanic. You guys all know Titanic. And remember of what I said. Whenever you experience a loss, something good comes out of that. And yet, a few months later, and on January, that's where Titanic came in. But then that same year, a loss happened again in October once again. And it's Titanic herself. But the good that came out from that was also in January. And it was when Jaden was talking to me again. Because when we first became friends back in March of 2024, we didn't really acknowledge each other after early 2024. But in early 2025, he has given the time to acknowledge me, which, to be honest, I have completely forgot about him. And I made a promise of never losing any good friends I have made memories with. That is where I made the promise. And I kept that promise for a very long time now. And the loss from Titanic still got me. It was really, really painful. Very painful, actually. It has gotten to the point that I would just have a mental breakdown every single day. But one thing from 2025 is that at least I didn't have a loss that affected me. Because the loss of Titanic was too great. And I am glad I didn't have another in 2025. Because it still affected me for 15 months. 15 painful months. You guys might think that is pretty short. 15 months is a year and 3 months. It was already painful enough for 2025. 2026 was supposedly a very good year because that is the time of when I was finally locking in because I was so behind in 2025. 2026 is the year of when I finally lock in. Though painful, but that's when I still lock in. February is when Titanic came back. So another good thing has happened. But this time, it has ended my pain. It has ended the 15-month pain that I had. And ever since then, I have never looked back. Never looked back in 2024. This is why I'm saying 2025 is one of the worst years I had. And I'm glad all that pain has ended. But the pain that is never ending is PTSD. That is with me right now. I can't get rid of it. So I am stuck with it. I'm about to abstract by saying that. Okay. Okay. Ah. I'm actually feeling a little bit better now. Hadn't had a mental breakdown since what? Very early 2026 or something? Long ass time ago. So done with that stuff. I'm surprised October of 2025 didn't give me beef, even though it gave me beef the past 2 earlier years. October has been giving me beef recently. No, like literally giving me beef, because if I remember, back in October of 2020, I had to be quarantined for 3 weeks. Which, to be honest, was not fun. Some people may think I glazed Titanic too much, but I got a good reason. It's to prevent the events from 2 years ago to happen again. But not only that, to prevent it from any friends I had right now. Take this as a lesson. Take this as a lesson, guys. Or take this as a note. Whatever loss you have, you never know if something good would happen. If it's a very, very devastating loss that is with you for a very long time, you might get 2 good things. You just never know. Just let time take its toll. Hey guys, I've been wondering. I have let it go. I let go all of my anger right now. I'm actually feeling alive. No joke. You could say all of that has made me feel a little bit better. No joke, I actually feel a little bit better now. And since it's 12:25 a.m., 12:25, I better not say this out loud. I'm gonna have to grab the camera real quick. Gotcha. Huh. Would you look at that? I can't be angry right now. I literally can't be angry because I did that. I can't really be angry since I did that because the tripod has taken its last leg, no pun intended. Yep. Tripod's broken now, so I can't use this tripod anymore. Which, to be honest, I'm glad I'm not using this tripod. This tripod sucked this whole entire time. And I can't really fix it. It's broken. Hot glue is not going to fix it because plastic and hot glue doesn't go well. So, this tripod is broken. So, I'm kind of glad it's broken, but at the same time, not glad because I don't got enough money to buy another one. This is a big problem. So, I just thought of something, guys. Remember of what I said I might end the stream at 12:30? Hey guys, since I'm feeling a little bit alive now, remember that I said I might end the stream at 12:30? I might pull an all-nighter right now. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Let's do it. Let me go put in my piano. Ow. No! Don't die! And the stream might potentially end whenever the Model 2 T's parts are finished. Ow. Imagine I passed out a few times. Ow. Hey, guys. I never usually do this, but I might regret this eventually, but I'm gonna remember. I'm not gonna regret it. So, guys, have I ever told you this? I'm gonna have to be quiet for this, actually. So, I have never told you this, guys, but you guys want to know? You guys want to know this thing that I'm about to say? And I don't care what you guys think. I literally don't give a fuck anymore. Are you guys ready for what I'm about to say? I don't know how to explain it, but you're gonna say you like Titanic. It is related to Titanic. But dude, I love Titanic as a friend, okay? But to be honest, actually, no. I'm actually going to say some things real quick. So, here's the first one I'm going to say. Back in the time of when Titanic returned, whenever I'm eating, this is a problem. Whenever I'm eating and I think about Titanic, I all of a sudden feel like throwing up. I don't know why that happens. I just only think about Titanic for like few seconds and I just feel like throwing up. That was the biggest problem whenever I eat. Right now, it isn't a problem.
It's just that Titanic is back, and probably I'm still in the state of shock of Titanic coming back. Still being back. That effect had lasted for like months. But right now, I'm fine. And speaking about thinking, here's the part that I've been trying to figure out how to word. I don't know how to word this. Hold on. Give me a minute. It's not really all day. How do I word it? Every time I make art or watching a video of ships, whenever I watch a video of ships, you know, ships like RMS Olympic, Laconia, SS United States, you know, those kind of ships, ocean liners. Yeah, you could say that. Or whenever I'm making art, there is one thing that always crosses my mind other than thinking about ships. Always thinking about Titanic. Don't say that! Don't tell anyone that! Okay. Now you know. I feel a little bit better now. Alright. I might have changed my mind on leaving the stream up for a while. But yeah, that is true. If you guys don't get it, I'm just gonna have to say it again. Every time I watch videos about ships or making art, I'm always thinking about Titanic. Okay. You could say it's weird. I'm okay with that. Because it is weird, I do admit it. I don't know why I think about Titanic by watching or making art. I don't know why I think about her. It's just weird. It's weird. Oh, wait, it's you. Oh, wait, can I... I still can't see it. I'm still waiting for some reason. You absolutely gooner. Okay, that is a different term. That is completely different to thinking. Should I call you a gooner then? Look, gooner, not freak. Okay, those two are completely different things. They are not really... Okay, that's not really... Oh my god, why am I malfunctioning? I ruined my reputation. Oh no. Oh no. That is two different things to thinking. Gooner and freaky is two different things from thinking about it. Wait, what? That's terrible wording. Oh my goodness. Those are two different things from thinking. Thinking about Titanic. How... I do admit it's weird because it's just weird that I freaking think about it while watching normal videos that doesn't even relate. Or it just shows you how destroyed my mind is from relating to ships. Yeah, it definitely is the latter option. Because every time I look at that model, I always think of Titanic.
You guys see the problem? And also, look, we got Olympic and Titanic right there, and Olympic and Britannic back there. Hey, Britannic! There you go. Olympic and Britannic back there, and Olympic and Titanic up here. There you go. Don't ask why I got 2 Olympic models. If I was becoming Diddy, then I would have freaking... Okay, I'm not really becoming Diddy because I'm not becoming a pedo. And dude, do I have to say it again? We're both the same age. Titanic and Olympic are the same age. Yep, I'm still streaming. I possibly have a reason why. I'm always thinking about... I'm just going to say it at this point because it's just going to sound weird if I say the pronouns. Hold on. Before you say it, I might have a reason why I'm thinking about it. Saying the actual pronouns of Titanic might be a little bit weird now because, I don't know. So, the actual reason, possibly the actual reason is just to make sure to prevent another sinking from her. Okay, I'm just using normal pronouns at this point. Just to prevent another sinking of her. But not only that, just to remember to make sure that I remember Titanic this time. Instead of, like, forgetting her, like, almost half the time like I did back then. Like, I don't want to forget Titanic again. Like I did back then. And holy shit, that was horrible. What is this? What is this? Wait, somebody mentioned me 3 days ago. 3 days ago?! What is this? Okay, I moved on from 20th Century Fox like a long ass time ago. Is Alex a simp for Titanic? No and yes. It's just a term of context. But it's more on no, technically. Does Alex go to Titanic? Well, that's the problem. That's the impossible part. I don't... Oh my goodness, no, I don't. Will I ask you, do you go into X? You uploaded an alerter recorded 2 months ago. I know you love X. I know you go into X. Fresh Hurricane, the way that you're hunched, it's making me a little bit more worried. Used to do what? Do what? I don't got enough context. You used to do what? Oh my goodness, it has never taken this long before. It's been like almost an hour now.
Alright, guys. So, what we're gonna do is, I don't know. Okay! I have no idea what to do now. Okay. Why not pop a good video of Ocean Liner Designs right now? Because this is usually the time of whenever I watch Ocean Liner Designs. So, let me go turn on the LED light on my printer because we're gonna go in complete darkness. No! No! I almost accidentally stopped the print. Oh my goodness, that would have been the worst mistake I would ever do. I made worse mistakes, actually. Not really. Alright, we're in complete darkness now. Even though it's just Dagoon. I don't do that! Alright. I don't know where to read stream chat now. Fudge! My iPad is still charging! Hey! Hey! Where are you? Okay. Guys, I just realized something. I don't have a tripod anymore. I forgot I don't have a tripod. I never liked that tripod, but I don't have a tripod anymore. I'm gonna have to hold the camera now. So, why don't we watch a video of Ocean Liner Designs now? Because, it's usually the time of whenever I watch Ocean Liner Designs. Make a tripod with cardboard. That's not gonna work. Okay. Not ocean eyes. Oh my goodness, how dare you? Okay. I want to watch a nice video. What about one of the older videos that I keep on watching? Which one? Olympic after Titanic. 3D printer tripod is going to be problematic. Alright. So, we're watching Ocean Liner Designs. Oh, I've broken it. Oh, there you go. Turn that off. Used to do what? I don't got enough context. Okay.
RMS Olympic is a ship with a legendary career spanning decades. Her achievements ranking up there with ships like Mauretania, Aquitania, Queen Mary, and America. But it's strange to think that there was once a moment when she was an awkward, arguably even unwanted member of the White Star Line fleet. On April 14th, 1912, Olympic was under the command of Captain Herbert Haddock and his magnificent set of mutton chops, mid-Atlantic Ocean, eastbound about a day out of New York. At around 10:50 p.m. New York time, her wireless operators received an alarming transmission. Olympic's brand new sister, Titanic, had begun sinking after striking ice on her maiden voyage. Haddock ordered full steam be made, but Olympic was some 505 miles away from her stricken sister and could never hope to make it on time. Perhaps a day's sailing, but Titanic had less than 2 hours. Regardless, Olympic rushed wildly through the night at just under 23 knots, even after her sister had fallen silent and did not reply to wireless transmissions. 14 hours into her mad dash, signals were received from Carpathia, and it became clear it was all over. Titanic was gone. Haddock offered to help embark Titanic survivors, but it was thought that the sight of the lost ship's near-identical sister would be more than a shock for the passengers. Olympic steamed dejectedly for home and reached Southampton on April 21st. The mood on board was grim. All concerts were cancelled and passengers raised some £1,400 for a survivors fund. White Star now faced an awkward conundrum. Over the next few days and weeks, the news of Titanic's loss blew up to epic proportions, and the criticism levelled at the company and the ship's captain began to mount. Compounding issues was the fact that J. Bruce Ismay, the company's chairman and managing director, had survived the disaster and was being labelled a coward. Looming above all of it, though, was the vast hulk of Olympic, an awkward, visceral reminder of the recently lost Titanic. What were they going to do with her? It was immediately decided that Olympic be loaded full of lifeboats until further sweeping changes could be made. At least this way the ship could maintain her schedule. Although the White Star Line had a large number of ships on the transatlantic run, mothballing Olympic could hurt revenue badly. By April 26th, Olympic was loaded with 24 additional collapsible boats, bringing the ship's total lifeboat number to 44. This seemed fine to White Star officials on paper, except that the additional boats were berth-on type collapsibles, and these hardly inspired confidence in the crew. They seemed small, awkward, and ungainly, and it was suspected that they leaked. Olympic's crew mutinied. Now, this mutiny is the stuff of legends. At one point, Haddock had to signal a nearby Royal Navy warship saying, "Crew deserting ship, request your assistance." This is worthy of its own video, but suffice it to say that Olympic's voyage was cancelled, and the liner was laid up until May 15, when she again finally sailed for New York, but with only 500 passengers aboard and 900 crew, dismal numbers. The talk on board was fixated on Titanic, and some ladies even put on life jackets before going to bed. Interestingly, crew morale was also very low. Fresh in the men's memory was the frantic but futile dash to Titanic's aid and the many friends they had lost on the ship. Returning to Southampton, Olympic nearly came aground thanks to a navigational error off Land's End. If the news had got out, the company's reputation would have been damaged even more. 11 further round trips saw her carry passengers between Southampton and New York, but it was becoming clear something major needed to be done. In late 1912, she was withdrawn from service for a refit and arrived at her birthplace, Harland and Wolff in Belfast, in October. White Star was going to give the Olympic a brand new start on life, but it wasn't going to be easy. Probably the most major of the improvements to the vessel were structural and invisible from the outside. Her watertight bulkheads were vastly improved, with 5 of the original 15 now reaching as high as B-deck. Harland and Wolff naval architect Edward Wilding intended for the Olympic's hull to be divided into 6 groups of watertight bulkheads, and that she could stay afloat with any one of these groups flooded. Also new to the ship was an inner shell, running along the bulk of her hull amidships for about half the ship's total length. This was effectively a second hull, made of strong steel plating, with the space in between the 2 hulls subdivided with a network of divisions and bulkheads. In future, when Olympic was converted to burn oil, this space would be used to store fuel. To compensate for the reduction in space brought on by the installation of the inner skin, Boiler Room 5's central boiler was reduced in size. The ship's pumps were altered during Titanic's sinking.
Guys, I just realized something. Has anybody noticed that Majestic is calling me Jax, even though he's acting like Jax right now? He's the one that's causing rage bait, and if you think about it, Jax caused some rage bait. And also, he's a asshole. And if you think about Majestic, I could see the similarities. If you think about it.
It was found that the liner's pumps were located too far aft to be of any use forward. Modifications to Olympic saw that the additional lines of piping would ensure every compartment could be reached by the pumps and operated from E-deck in the case of an emergency. The work required to install these modifications deep within the ship was immense. The funnels had to be unseated, the uptakes disassembled, the boilers hoisted out, piping and wiring removed, rearranged, construction of the new bulkheads and inner skin, and then the eventual reinstallation of everything that had been ripped out in the first place. While work carried on deep in the ship's belly, her boat deck bulwark amidships was permanently cut off, and her lifeboat capacity increased dramatically with the installation of 16 brand new clinker-built wooden boats, and a number of collapsibles to boot. Olympic was now arguably the safest ship afloat in the world, but work was not just limited to her safety features. A number of lessons had been learned from Titanic as regards her passenger space, and Olympic's interior spaces were altered to suit. Notably, the liner finally received a Café Parisien like her younger sister had had, and the a la carte restaurant was extended because it was so popular. Some smaller rearrangements were made as well. The officers' quarters were extended to include berthing for a new officer role, something like an assistant commander. The Marconi room was moved, the reading and writing room shortened, and brand new first-class staterooms installed on A-deck. This is no exhaustive list of the changes made to Olympic in that 1913 refit. Anybody who'd like a more in-depth version of events would do very well to read RMS Olympic, Titanic's Sister by Mark Chirnside.
I need
By
that.
March 1913, the Olympic that floated, funnels again installed and hull gleaming, was essentially a new ship. The installation of new public spaces like staterooms and the Café Parisien had brought her gross registered tonnage up to 46,358 tons, larger than Titanic's had been. And finally, on March 22, 1913, the Olympic slid into Belfast Lough, once again under Captain Haddock's command. I wonder what White Star officials and the shipyard workers at Harland and Wolff were thinking, how nervous that they must have been to see the public and press reaction to Olympic's debut. Perhaps tempting fate once again, White Star advertised Olympic as the safest ship afloat. But this time it seemed they were justified. The public reaction to Olympic's return was nothing short of enormous, and her place in history was solidified. Her first voyage drew over 1,500 passengers. 1913 was a big year for Olympic and the White Star Line. J.P. Morgan, the financier of White Star Line's owner, the International Mercantile Marine, died, and in June, J. Bruce Ismay retired, his reputation forever shaken by the Titanic disaster. White Star Line's profits that year broke previous records, and Olympic had definitely played her role. She was no longer the biggest ship in the world. Imperator had taken that title from her, but she was the toast of society and had become a firm favourite. The Titanic disaster, still fresh in public memory, was no longer a fix to Olympic's performance, and she would go on to have one of the most celebrated careers in ocean liner history. All seemed well. A new sister was even on the way, RMS Britannic. White Star and the world at large didn't know it yet, but world events were about to change, and Olympic would see herself conscripted in wartime. But that is a story for another day.
Let's go watch that real quick. Well, I hope. I don't think he made a video about that. He made a video of Olympic in her 20s. Wait, no, he did make a video of her in war. I'm an idiot. Let me go find that video.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is your friend Mike Brady from Ocean Liner Designs here.
I found it. Oh no, I don't. There you go. We ain't shipping no one unless you're talking about boats. We're shipping boats. We're shipping them to Southampton, to New York. I hope you guys get the joke, because if you don't, do research. All right. Hey. Wait, what did I just do? Oh, no. Wait, what? Alert master volume. What? I can't do anything. Alright, let's go watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is your friend Mike Brady from Ocean Liner Designs here today to talk about a subject that's a favourite of mine. It's the insane career of the Olympic during the First World War. I actually just got finished drawing a lot of side profiles showing her in her various paint schemes and configurations, so I thought now would be a perfect time to give you a guided tour around. But before we get started, I just wanted to address one small elephant in the room. I just want to interrupt a lot of you that are probably typing angry messages right now in the comments section. You might have noticed in the video title that I've actually referred to Olympic during her wartime service as the HMS Olympic and not HMT. HMT, of course, being His Majesty's Transport, HMS referring to His Majesty's ship, the more generic wartime designation for Royal Navy ships. There's good reason for this, though, even though conventionally we like to think of Olympic during her career during the First World War as HMT Olympic. I've recently been reading this, Hull Down, by Sir Bertram Hayes, who was Olympic's skipper during the First World War and also White Star Line's Commodore. It's an absolutely fantastic read. If you can get your hands on this, this is like crucial reading for anybody interested in the Olympic or the White Star Line or any of those ships. But 2 times in the book, he refers to Olympic as HMS Olympic, not HMT. The first is a little earlier in the book when he refers to the fact that the Olympic was more well known as the Old Reliable rather than HMS Olympic. Then, after the end of the war, Hayes was presented with a number of gifts with inscriptions. One from the Halifax Board of Trade, which referred to her as HMS Olympic, but then a second gift from his own crew, presented by the Chief Steward, a Mr. Stanier, again referring to HMS Olympic from the Victualling Department. So, kind of hard to argue with that, especially if the skipper is calling her HMS Olympic. Right, there you go. With that small caveat out of the way, let's have a look around Olympic during her wartime career.
My arm is tired. I need a break.
With the outbreak of war in August 1914, the world's shipping lines held their breath. Some pretty serious decisions would need to be made, and quickly. At first, there was not really much call for troop ships of Olympic size, but this changed when the British shifted their attention to the Dardanelles in a plan to...
Hold on, guys. What is this? I'm a bit scared. I'm gonna go mute myself real quick. Alright, guys, I'm back. I just got a message from Imperator, or Stick Guy.
Central power held Europe from the
From
Mediterranean.
Discord.
So it was that Olympic's first few months of the war saw her serving as a passenger liner, and it was then that she rescued the crew of HMS Audacious, a story worthy of its own video. It was only in May of 1915 that the British Admiralty inquired of Olympic's readiness for war, and she was finally enlisted. This was the first wartime scheme that HMS Olympic wore. Her funnels were blackened, and her entire superstructure was painted a medium grey. The external modifications weren't just limited to her paint scheme, however. She had a pair of guns installed. Aft, one QF 4.7-inch gun, perhaps a Mark III or IV, and a smaller 12-pounder, a QF 3-inch, forward on a pedestal mount. The guns had a fairly limited arc of fire. The stern gun was only able to fire as far forward as the docking bridge, while the bow gun's arc of fire was impacted by the ship's own rigging, shear, and anchor crane. They weren't designed to deal with any large threat to Olympic, like an enemy cruiser or battleship. Her primary weapon in that regard was her speed. Instead, they were intended for dealing with submarines. Early German U-boat doctrine dictated that submarines should aim to engage merchant shipping on the surface, that their crews would be ordered to surrender, take to the boats, and then the enemy ship would be torpedoed. If a U-boat tried the same with Olympic, they would receive a nasty surprise. Although small and limited in their range of fire, one well-placed shot from either gun could be enough to cripple or destroy a fragile U-boat. Slightly forward of the after gun, you can see an ammunition ready locker, and forward of this, on the poop deck, some stacked collapsibles, likely the 30-foot McLean-type boat. Olympic's lifeboat equipment was increased with the addition of a number of these collapsibles early on to the poop deck and the aft well deck. At the aft well deck, you can see a pair of radial davits. There was one set both port and starboard, and a special boat. This was a steam launch with its own small engine intended for rapidly shipping mail or guests between ship or shore. On the after end of the A-deck promenade, just abaft the mainmast, you can see stacked rafts, likely the Linkletter type, the same as used on her sister Britannic. Olympic's long B-deck promenade had its windows blocked out, perhaps painted over, to avoid light from spilling and giving away the ship's position. The same was true of her C-deck cabin and D-deck dining saloon and reception room portholes. However, because she was operating in the Mediterranean when temperatures and humidity often ran high, photographs often show the windows and portholes open for ventilation. This often gives B-deck a distinctive piano keyboard look. The changes made to Olympic were not just limited to her exterior. D-deck's dining and reception rooms had their portholes blocked out, as this was the largest space for sleeping and messing enlisted troops. In fact,
Hair.
in excess
Hold
of
on, guys. I got a hair.
1,800 men.
Hold on. Yeah. Alright, I'm good.
Be birthed here. On top of this, Olympic's luxurious public rooms were converted to bleak war usage. The first-class lounge for stacking rifles, and the reading and writing room for helmet storage. Moving more forward here, you can see...
Stream's lagging.
Moving more forward here, you can see...
Stream's lagging. No, it isn't. It's not lagging.
Platform that was installed atop the bridge for the installation of an additional navigating space, complete with compass binnacle. The ship's Morse lamps were also raised in height, perhaps to aid in visibility in some way. Beyond this, on the forecastle, you can see the bow 3.
I should definitely make that version of
atop the
Olympic.
number 1 cargo hatch, complete.
I mean,
with
I got another
ready
spare
ammunition
Olympic model right now.
You can see why this gun's arc of fire would have been badly impacted by the bow anchor crane and surrounding rigging, limiting it probably really to firing directly to port or starboard. Olympic's early career as a troop ship was tied to the Gallipoli campaign, but this couldn't last forever. Casualties were so high and the campaign was so bloody that massive hospital ships were required to evacuate and treat the wounded. This is why Britannic went to war as a hospital ship and not a troop ship like her sister. In 1916, as the Gallipoli campaign winded down, Olympic's orders changed and she now began to shuttle Canadian troops from Halifax to Liverpool, and ultimately the blood-soaked battlefields on the Western Front, such as the Somme. This was the start of a deep relationship between Olympic and the city of Halifax, even though many of Canada's sons that Olympic carried away from home would never return.
So much white.
Measures were taken to counter the enhanced menace of German U-boats. In April 1917, Olympic wins and...
Hey, guys, I just realized something. This version of Olympic, I already have it. Look, guys. This version of Olympic, I already have her. Because, look. I have yet to paint this, and look, it's already all white. I already have that version. I already have this version. Huh. How to make this version of Olympic. Don't do anything. Just paint the draft red, and that's all you gotta do. I already have this version. That was... Wow. I didn't really have an attempt. Great. But this kind of feels a little bit lazy, to be honest, because the PLA filament looks more like a bright, white tan, like... Well, not tan. But kind of like tan, but like a very, very extremely bright tan. But still looks white. I'll probably make it like a little bit like a darker white. Slight dark.
Which saw her given the tools required to turn her into a veritable floating Swiss Army knife and a very effective troop carrier. Her aging, darkened exterior was repainted a light grey overall, and she would look like this for another 6 months until October 1917. Having a look around and starting from the very stern here, you can see some cylindrical, drum-looking objects. These are called chemical smoke floats. If Olympic accidentally bumbled into a more powerful enemy force, she could turn tail, make steam, and drop these floats into the water behind her. The chemical reaction would create a vast smoke screen which would cover Olympic's retreat until she was well out of gun range. On the poop deck, you can also start to see that Olympic's defensive armament was vastly improved. The single aft gun was replaced with a pair of mean BL 6-inch Mark 11 guns. Interestingly, these guns, with a near identical mount, are still installed today on the preserved monitor M33. Well worth a visit if you can. Overall, 6 of these guns were installed on Olympic, 3 each, both port and starboard, meaning that she could bring a powerful weight of shot to bear regardless of whichever direction the ship was heading. You can see that beneath the guns, some of the portholes on sea deck have been plugged to protect the glass from shattering during the gun's percussive firing. A long black tube runs up to a platform on the elevator machine housing on the aft second-class entrance. This is a rubber speaking tube conduit, and
Yeah. Ow. Okay. We're going back. We're going back. We're going back to watching Ocean Line of Designs. Okay, we're going back. We're going back. We're going back. Giving me a minute to set up my iPad real quick. Because now my fucking phone is charging now. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. Can I move a little bit closer? I don't think so. There you go.
perhaps a Bar and Stroud model such as the FT23. This type of rangefinder used a system of lenses to triangulate the distance to target. These instructions could then be shouted vocally down the voice tube directly to the gun teams on the poop deck. hopefully resulting in a well-placed shot. Spanning the well deck, you can see that a gangway was installed. This would be a permanent change to Olympic and remained in place for the rest of her career. Perhaps it aided the gun crews in getting to their gun quicker, but in any case, it was found to be a convenient enough change, and the structure was kept. A number of signal projectors were installed on Olympic. You can see one here, abaft the mainmast on a platform. These could be dually used to signal distant ships using Morse, or at night time as a spotlight. Well forward at the bridge here, you can see the forward rangefinder under its cover, and another signal projector.
Wait, is it finally posted? If not, my iPad has... Nope. Yow. Maybe he posted it on my community or something, I don't know, I don't know. Okay, let's just continue.
On a platform atop the forward B-deck bulwark.
Dude, I just started the video! Now I gotta...
Oh, goodness.
Okay, let's just leave it on, I guess. Yo, how long have we been streaming now? We've been streaming for about 3 hours now. Holy shit. No, we are watching Ocean Liner Designs. I'm not planning to make another stream. Because remember, I make streams whenever I'm bored. Lunching.
For both port and starboard. Forward of this, on the well deck and forecastle, can be seen the additional 6-inch forward guns, 4 in total. To aid in their traverse, the well deck bulwark was cut away, and a wire railing with stanchions installed that could be removed during firing. This is true of the forwardmost guns too. The railing was removed and replaced with a lighter, portable type. At the tip of the prow, you might notice a pair of chains running to a triangular mount way down on the bottom of the ship. This mount is called a paravane skeg. Even though it sounds like I just made those words up, this had a fairly important role to play. Mines at sea were a deadly enemy to Allied merchant shipping. Indeed, Olympic's sister Britannic...
What? What just happened?
fell prey to one in 1916. As such, merchant ships were given tools designed to clear mines away from busy shipping lanes and ports. The primary tool for the job was the paravane, the dark torpedo-shaped object seen on the well deck here. These are essentially water kites, designed to be towed alongside the ship. The heavy chains, stowed at the bow, would be run aft and connected to the paravane's nose. Then, a line would be run between the installed radial davit and the triangular outrigger. These would be used to manoeuvre the paravanes over the ship's side and down into the water, both port and starboard. Olympic would then pick up speed, and the paravane's hydrodynamic shape would force the craft deeper into the water and out away from the ship's side, essentially creating a V-shape with the Olympic at the centre. At this stage, the paravanes would be connected to the ship by way of the chains attached to the skeg at the bow. In practice, the paravane's chains would make contact with the anchor chain of a mine, which would then bump along it until it made contact with a set of cutters on the nose of the paravane. The mine would then bob up to the surface, where Olympic's gunners could destroy it with a well-placed shell. In October 1917, Olympic received her first coat of Dazzle paint camouflage. And this paint scheme was called the Type 19 Design A. Unfortunately, blueprints for this scheme still exist in the US National Archives, although the generic ship profile used to demonstrate the paint scheme seems to align more to a liner such as Mauretania or Aquitania.
It looks more
The
like
scheme called for a
Mauritania.
liberal usage of a light olive green colour alongside blues and greys in geometric patterns. The idea was not to camouflage Olympic against the ocean. She stood out like a sore thumb. Instead, this type of paint scheme made life extremely difficult for German submariners. In order to put a torpedo on target, submariners had to lead their shot. That is, fire the torpedo well ahead of the intended target, where the enemy ship would presumably be heading. In order to accomplish this, submarines first had to ascertain the type and size of ship that they were engaging, as well as its directional heading or bearing. From this could be derived the ship's speed, and all of this data was then used to triangulate. From this could be derived the ship's speed, and all of this data was used to triangulate a course for the torpedo. Dazzle camouflage, however, makes it very difficult to determine the directional heading of the enemy ship. From certain angles, you can hardly tell if the ship is coming or going. It isn't entirely well known if dazzle camouflage was an effective countermeasure during the war, but one thing is for certain, it was extremely hard to upkeep, and Olympic's hull became crusted with coal dust, soot and grime, and the dazzle camouflage slowly began to chip away. The effort required to upkeep this type of camouflage became a serious problem for the crew and probably contributed to its abandonment during the Second World War.
Yes.
This is Olympic's second dazzle camouflage and probably her most famous, the Type 19 Design AX. By 1918, the United States had entered the war, and Olympic was employed in shipping out the Doughboys, American troops. She arrived in New York on Christmas Day 1917, the first time she had seen that city since her passenger service at the very start of the war, some 4 years earlier. The 19AX scheme made use of an elaborate series of checkerboard stripes forward and sweeping curved waves aft. It was in this scheme that Olympic experienced probably some of the most dramatic incidents of her wartime career. In May 1918, a day out of Southampton from New York, Olympic's crew spotted the German submarine U-103 as it attempted to launch its stern torpedoes at the liner. Captain Bertram Hayes immediately took action, and as his gun crews engaged the submarine, he ordered the helm swung and Olympic turned to ram. The German boat attempted an emergency dive, but it was too late. The German submarine was hit and left stricken. Olympic did not stop for survivors, but a US Navy destroyer attended the scene and rescued the crew. The German captain maintained that he had not been successfully rammed, but rather that he was drawn into Olympic's propellers by her huge bulk. This really just seems like an attempt to save face by the German captain by denying Hayes' bold ramming maneuver and the embarrassment of having been rammed by an ocean liner. In his book, Hull Down, Bertram Hayes recalls that Olympic's paravane chains were torn away at the bow, and on dry docking, the paravane skeg was found to be bent hard over to port. It definitely didn't do this on its own.
What the frick? No.
In November 1918, what was then the most bloody conflict in modern history ended, and Olympic was eyed for a return to passenger service. Her dazzle scheme was hastily painted over in civilian colours, but she would not return to passenger service for many months yet. Instead, Olympic was tasked with repatriating troops from across the Atlantic. In this guise, and later with her guns removed, Olympic returned to Halifax and a hero's welcome. Returning Canada's troops, Olympic had earned her nickname the Old Reliable, and the city greeted the ship's return with euphoria. A local dance hall was renamed after the ship, and Captain Hayes received gifts from the Halifax Board of Trade, amongst others. The blackout on board had been lifted, and externally, not too much evidence of her wartime career remained, except for a few minor details. Her peacetime paint had been so hastily applied that the dazzle camouflage beneath began to show through. Her funnels, once again a brilliant White Star buff, Olympic completed her final repatriation voyage in July 1919. Olympic had provided safe passage to over 200,000 troops during the war and steamed almost 300,000 kilometres, burning 350,000 odd tons of coal in the process. She had survived not just one, but at least 2 submarine attacks. Whatever ill luck had befallen her sisters, it certainly wasn't shared by the Old Reliable. She would go on to become one of the most beloved liners of the 1920s, but that is a story for another time.
We could watch that right now.
So there you have it. These drawings were a lot of fun to do. Like I mentioned a little earlier, she's one of my favourite ships of all time, and her career is Just fascinating. It ranges from tragic to absolutely insane. There's a lot of triumph and tragedy mixed in there. If you've got a favourite ship or one that I've already drawn at oceanlinerdesigns.com, why not recommend in the comments which ship you'd like me to give a tour around next? I would very happily give you a guided tour of my drawings. As always, stay safe, stay happy, and I will see you again next time.
Alright, let me go change the video. I want to change it. There you go. Now, we're watching Ocean Liner Designs. Olympic in the 1920s. He wants airliner designs. Ooh! Ooh, that's also another good one. Alright, hold on.
It's early in the morning, September 1918, the twilight of the First World War. Olympic, a troop ship, is making its way from Southampton. All is calm, but beneath the waves, a predator lurks.
No.
It's a German submarine, a U-boat, and its commander has Olympic perfectly in his sights. He waits patiently for his shot.
Damn, I'm blind.
Two torpedoes have been fired. They roar through the water at great speed. Each carries a 195-kilogram warhead. Just 3 years earlier, the RMS Lusitania was torpedoed and sunk in very similar circumstances. Now the torpedoes bear down on Olympic. Impact is a certainty. This attack on Olympic actually happened. It was in the final stages of the First World War, and it's believed that the submarine U-53 fired the offending torpedo. Now, one of them missed, but one of them hit dead center, but didn't detonate. If Olympic had sunk that morning, it would have been the end of the Olympic class as a whole, because Titanic and Britannic were gone, and it would have been a real shame, because the 1920s were some of the best years of Olympic's career. For almost a year following the First World War, Olympic continued to serve as a troop ship, repatriating British and Canadian soldiers. She had been hastily repainted in her peacetime colours, perhaps a little too hastily, because in patches the black paint of the hull wore off and you could see her striking camouflage pattern beneath.
I'm gonna start the other print real quick. I thought that said something else. Holy fuck no. Hurricane MK1. Okay. Okay. I literally just said, don't remind me of Siren. Okay, we're going back. Don't remind me of Siren Con. How many times do I have to say that?
Olympics' problems were not just cosmetic, however. The ship had been driven hard for 4 years of war, and her plumbing, electrical, and engineering systems all needed care and overhaul if she was to re-enter the passenger service. A tired Olympic was finally retired.
I explained this hours ago. What happened? I explained. Don't ask why.
1919. The ship had transported some 200,000 people safely over 36 trooping voyages, surviving submarine attacks, and even having managed to sink one in action. 4 years earlier,
Just shut the fuck up.
her larger and newer sister ship, the Britannic, had struck a mine off Greece while serving as a hospital ship and sank. Now it was up to Olympic to shoulder the burden of the ever-popular Southampton to New York service. The liner was fatigued, and her refuel...
This is not Titanic, oh my goodness.
The biggest change made to Olympic during this time was to her machinery. Olympic had originally been built as a coal-burning ship. This had been the primary means of feeding ship's boilers for decades, but as early as 1912, thought had been given to converting Olympic to burn oil fuel instead. This had a number of advantages. First, it meant that the large number of hands required to endlessly shovel coal into the furnaces would no longer be needed. In fact, the engineering complement was reduced from 350 to just 60 men. It also changed the refueling process. Bunkering coal took days and was a dirty, grimy business, coating the ship's hull in thick coal dust and soot. Instead, refueling could now be complete in just 5 or 6 hours, as liquid oil was pumped.
I didn't know I could zoom in that much.
There was a bit of good foresight here too. In my What Happened to Olympic After Titanic segment,
Where am I looking at? Oh,
we analysed
Titanic.
the additional inner skin
Titanic and Olympic.
some
No, that's Titanic and...
small
Fuck. Olympic and Britannic. And that's Titanic and Olympic right here.
additional liquid fuel oil, giving Olympic an impressive capacity and range.
Grand new
The conversion
3D
to oil drove
fresh
another small external change.
3D
Olympic,
for
Titanic,
3D
and Britannic
MK1.
had all originally been fitted with small triangular coaling outriggers, with their wires slung out along the promenade deck. These had been used to act sort of like cranes, slinging buckets of coal into the ship's sides during refueling. They weren't needed anymore, so they were deleted, giving Olympic's side a nice, clean look. Additional safety measures were introduced too. Previously, watertight doors in Olympic's boiler rooms had to be closed manually. The process could take up to
Guys.
2 minutes.
I know what video to watch. I know what video to watch for Motion Liner Design. Just watch me. No, actually, you're not going to watch me. I'm going to watch a video that is... No. I'm going to watch a video... What's the first siren? My first siren I saw was a 2001 SRN. Guys, I know what video to watch. Get prepared for what video we're about to watch. Because this is for people... Hold on. Found it. Just a freaking ad. So, this is for people who believe in the Titanic Olympic switch theory. Freaking goobers.
It's September 1911. The Royal Navy cruiser HMS Hawke is steaming in the Solent, the narrow channel between the Isle of Wight and the English coast. It's a fine, clear day, and Hawke finds herself steaming alongside a much larger ship. RMS Olympic, the monstrous new luxury liner of the White Star Line, has just executed a turn to the east, and now the two ships are on a parallel course as Olympic heads outbound.
God damn,
What
it's
happens
57
next
minutes.
Shocks everybody. With the two ships alongside, Hawke's bow turns in towards Olympic's stern. It slams home, cutting through Olympic's hull as if it was made of paper. For the White Star Line, the incident is beyond frustrating. The battle for dominance in the North Atlantic passenger trade was tightly contested. Olympic and her forthcoming sister ships, with Titanic already nearing completion, were to be the next chapter in the company's decades-long success story. But now, Olympic had to be patched and limp her way back to Belfast, where her builders, the Harland and Wolff shipyard, would need to fix her up. The ship arrived back where she had only just recently left, and there, for one of the few times in their careers, Olympic and Titanic were alongside one another as repairs got underway. But this is the point where theory and conjecture have become intertwined with real history, because recently claims have been made of a nefarious plot. The story goes like this. Olympic is badly damaged in the collision with Hawke. Too badly damaged. She is no longer of any use to the White Star Line, and her seaworthiness is ruined. But there, sitting unfinished, is the near-identical sister ship, Titanic. Building these things was an enormous financial burden, and now, with Olympic out of action permanently, the company could never hope to collect on their investment. What if White Star Line and Harland and Wolff colluded to stage one of the most audacious insurance frauds in history? What if Olympic and Titanic switched places, the permanently damaged Olympic setting to sea on a second maiden voyage under a new name, but tragically sinking at a predetermined point along the way? The insurance payday would come, and the White Star Line would survive. All that needed to happen was to switch the two ships around and pull off the sinking. This theory has haunted internet message boards since the 1990s, and it's inspired documentaries, books, and, in the new age of social media, TikToks and Reels. If you've read about this theory or heard it before and believed it, then I'm here to tell you today that it's okay. It sounds convincing, plausible even. The players seem crooked and untrustworthy at first glance. The two ships do look identical. Maybe swapping them wouldn't be too hard. This was the era of unchecked capitalism, monopolies, big banks, heavy industry, titans with names like Rothschild, Morgan, Carnegie, Rockefeller. But at its core, is the theory even possible? Where does the theory have its origins? Where did it come from? If we peel back the layers, the history, the engineering, and the people, could it have even been pulled off? Today, we'll revisit the Olympic Titanic switch theory. We'll examine the reports, read the testimonies, review photos and films, and speak to an expert in the field of naval architecture to learn the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your friend Mike Brady from Ocean Liner Designs, and in this two-part series, we'll examine the truth behind the Olympic Titanic switch theory, the greatest fraud in modern historiography. To understand the Olympic switch theory, we first need to understand where it came from. So, strangely, our story doesn't begin at the Harland and Wolff shipyard or the Southampton docks in 1911, but rather an eastern suburb of the landlocked English town of Oxford in 1947. Headington, today famous for its rooftop shark sculpture, was once the one-time residence of J.R.R. Tolkien, and in 1947 was the birthplace of the star of our tale, Robin Gardner. As a young boy, Gardner developed a fascination with Titanic, something that would stay with him all his life. In 1995, at age 48, Gardner co-authored his first book on the subject, Riddle of the Titanic, which also happened to feature some of the finest nostalgic 90s cover art ever. Gardner was a plasterer and self-described amateur engineer who enjoyed restoring old motorbikes, and his theory was unique. But it made waves and inspired him to write a series of books, developing his theory more and more. Put simply, it was a bombshell. We will analyse Gardner's theories and claims in more detail, but first we need to catch up on the established record, the incident that kicks Gardner's theory off and birthed the switch concept in the first place, the Olympic and Hawke collision. We need to wind the clock way back, away from Headington and its roof shark, all the way back to 1911. By September that year, the White Star Line was enjoying the success of their brand new liner, the RMS Olympic, which had just set sail on her maiden voyage in June. Olympic, on launch, was the largest and most luxurious British ship yet built. and this put White Star in an enviable position on the transatlantic passenger trade. You see, these ships weren't just large and beautiful for no reason. The White Star and rival shipping company Cunard Line were in fierce competition to design and build the greatest ships ever to put to sea, constantly outclassing one another with ships more extravagant than the last. These wonder ships would steam back and forth from Southampton to New York, stopping usually at Cherbourg and Queenstown to pick up European and Irish migrants.
Now!
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well.
Jardians. In September of 1911, just 3 months after her maiden voyage, Olympic had just set off on her 5th journey of this kind from Southampton to New York, carrying 1,279 passengers and 885 crew. Operating under the command of long-time White Star Line master, Captain E.J. Smith, this voyage was to be a routine one. But routine or not, the ship still required careful handling, so a pilot was also temporarily brought on board to direct the ship through the narrow channel of the Solent to the open sea. Now, this channel was a tricky one to travel through, as the water was shallow, making it very easy to run aground and the turns were tight. Now, these were not the only concerns. It was also important to keep an eye on the movement of shipping traffic in the area. One small mistake could be disastrous and costly. And so it was, as Olympic steamed down from Southampton water towards Spithead, another vessel was spotted about 4 miles in the distance, coming up the channel toward Olympic on her starboard side. The Royal Navy cruiser HMS Hawke, commanded by Captain W. Blunt. Hawke was making her way up the Solent on the way to her annual power trials, and the two vessels now needed to navigate around both a sharp turn and one another before they could proceed through to Spithead. Now, as the ships began to maneuver around one another, something began to go terribly wrong. Olympic continued to steam ahead at some 14 knots, with the Hawke not far behind, making just about 15, threatening to overtake the liner. But then Olympic pulled far ahead. Bowyer and Smith, on Olympic's bridge, both noticed that Hawke's bow, now falling behind, suddenly swung towards Olympic's stern. At first they believed that Hawke was making an attempt to cross over Olympic's wake as she passed, but it quickly became clear that the cruiser was far, far too close. A comparatively small warship was being sucked in towards the liner, apparently by the size of her powerful propellers. Bowyer remarked to Smith, "If she's going to strike us, sir, let me know in time so that I can put the helm hard over to port." Smith, watching on from his liner's bridge wing cab, simply replied, "Yes, sir, she's going to strike us in the stern." The two ships collided, with Hawke driving her cement-reinforced bow directly into Olympic's hull about 8 feet deep, crushing the shell plating, damaging the starboard propeller shaft, and smashing the cruiser's bow. After just 3 months at sea, the Olympic class had its first taste of real misfortune. Olympic was down by the stern, with 2 compartments flooded, but she managed to limp back to Southampton. Now, it was clear, even from above the waterline, that the ship had sustained major damage. But it wouldn't be fully evident just how extensive the damage was until the ship was able to be dry-docked and examined more closely. Once at Harland and Wolff in Belfast, Olympic was berthed next to her sister Titanic, which was still undergoing construction at the time and would not make her maiden voyage for several more months. The managers of the shipyard began diverting workers from Titanic's
Olympics back
construction
there.
to Olympic's repairs
Hold on.
in order to speed
Olympics
up the
back
process.
there, Titanic's
The
right
White
there.
Star Line could scarcely afford to be without their superliner for long. Each day going by was proving more costly, between Olympic's absence on the transatlantic run and delays on Titanic's completion. The repairs themselves carried a hefty price tag, putting further strain on the company financially. Meanwhile, the British Naval Court of Inquiry had found that Olympic had actually been at fault for the collision, and this spelled trouble for White Star's hopes of an insurance payout to cover the damages. Financially, it was a disaster on all fronts, and Olympic needed to get back onto the North Atlantic, earning again as soon as possible. So here is where Gardner's theory takes up the story. Today it's known as the Olympic or Titanic switch theory. Now, on the surface, proponents of the theory state that Olympic was in a frightful state of disrepair after the collision with Hawke, and would have been useless to the White Star Line. But the damage was fatal for the ship, and its seaworthiness had been badly compromised. Titanic, on the other hand, was a fresh, new ship, headed quickly toward completion at the time. In simple terms, the theory goes the White Star Line cooked up a quick insurance scam to benefit financially from actually sinking one of their own ships. Since Olympic and Titanic were superficially nearly identical, it was supposedly easy to make the damaged Olympic look like the Titanic, set her off on a fake maiden voyage, and then sink her on purpose to claim the insurance money. The The brand new Titanic would then take Olympic's name and go on to have a long and successful career, with no one any the wiser about the switch that had just occurred. And just like that, the shipping company's woes would be washed away, essentially disposed of in the icy waters of the North Atlantic. At face value, the theory is easy to believe, especially when it's scanned on details. When placed side by side, it can be difficult to tell Titanic and Olympic apart. Back in the 1990s, Gardner's book made waves among the Titanic historical community and mainstream media alike. The story was captivating and sordid. Throughout the book, Gardner points to first-hand accounts, photographic evidence, and statements from White Star officials to support his theory. To begin with, Gardner's switch theory centers around the idea that Olympic's collision with Hawk resulted in damage far worse than what was officially reported. In fact, for the company to even consider the need for an insurance scam in the first place, Olympic would need to either be A, made completely useless by the damage, or B, made not financially viable. That is to say, it would be far, far cheaper to collect an insurance payout from a fraud than to actually repair her by some considerable margin. So first, we need to determine just actually how badly damaged was Olympic from the collision. Gardner said, however, there is some reason to doubt the accuracy of the published assessments of damage sustained by Olympic in the Hawk incident. It now appears that following the collision, hull plating required replacement over more than a third of the vessel's overall length. Gardner states that plating required replacement for at least a third of Olympic's length, which, given Olympic's overall length at around 883 feet or 269 meters, this would mean that the damage caused by Hawk required the replacement of around 294 feet or 89 meters of shell plating. Now, this is a far cry from the 38 feet as reported by the inspectors of the ship. Currently, there are no reports, testimonies, or photographs showing damage to this degree immediately after the collision. In 1997, Harlan and Wolff themselves actually offered plans of the ship showing the specific areas of plating that needed to be replaced. While there were some areas along the hull near the bow that required repair, none of this damage was thanks to Hawk. It was more likely caused by general wear and tear, specifically from scraping along piers. The simple truth is that HMS Hawk's bow was shaped and reinforced as a ram, like a giant kind of ocean-going chisel. The impact of the collision was forced at the point of the ram, and since Hawk's own beam or maximum width was just a mere 18 meters or 59 feet, it makes one wonder how or why 90 meters or 294 feet of plating would need replacement. If the White Star Line and Harlan and Wolff were trying to cover up an impending fraud, then they did a very poor job of it, because they even hired the yard's photographer, William Welsh, to snap these incredibly detailed pictures, not just of the damaged ship in the dry dock, but of the steel samples actually taken from the impact side. To the shipbuilders, it provided valuable knowledge on the properties of steel in collisions at sea. Documenting it in exquisite detail was of huge benefit to the shipyard, but it would be a fatal and ridiculous mistake for any keen fraudster. The images are, as far as the shell plating goes, pretty conclusive as to the nature of the damage. The ram bow of Hawk sliced straight through the plating, but the seams forward of the torn and jagged sections are clearly still held together with their rivets intact. The damage here couldn't possibly extend beyond 38 feet or 12 meters. But the hull plating was quite thin. For ships like Olympic and Titanic, the shell, or outer skin, was only about an inch thick amidships or 25 millimeters. In the photos of Olympic's damage, you can see just how thin it really is, twisted and bent like card. So obviously, Hawk's bow plunged quite deeply into Olympic's hull, and it wasn't just the shell plating that would be damaged. Gardner goes on. Hawk's ram had done more than merely punch a hole in the outer plating of Olympic. The liner's starboard main propeller was damaged, 18 feet of the outer steel propeller shaft covering, the bossing was crushed and torn, the starboard propeller shaft was bent, and the crankshaft of the starboard engine was badly damaged. The impact must have given the starboard engine quite a jolt, which might well have caused further structural damage that was not apparent on initial inspection. The damage inflicted on the liner by the Hawk extended far deeper into the hull than the 8 feet usually accepted. But we can clearly tell from the actual shape of the holes left behind by Hawk that the cruiser can't have gone much more than 8 feet deep into the side of Olympic at all. Hawk's ram jutted out from the ship's bow somewhat, and we can see that the ship left 2 corresponding holes in the side of Olympic. The upper hole from the very tip of the ship's bow, known as the prow, and the lower hole from the ram itself. if more of the ship's bow had been driven into Olympic, instead of 2 smaller holes, there would have been just 1 larger one. But no, there are 2, so we can map against Hawke's plans the point at which the 2 projecting areas of the bow end entered Olympic. It's not much more than 8 feet behind the prow. Hawke's bow could not have sunk further into Olympic than this. The photographic evidence that does exist from the ship's interior post-collision agrees with White Star's official findings. The propeller shaft and bossing is damaged, but there's no clear hole reaching deep into the ship up to the keel. To put it simply, the official inquiry came to the following conclusion regarding Olympic's damage. 2 major watertight compartments were flooded, the hull plating was gashed from the orlop deck to E-deck, and the starboard propeller shafting was damaged. It was as simple as that, and the photographic record agrees. So now we have a better understanding of the events surrounding the collision. But Gardner points out there may have been more to the story here too. He said, able to use only 1 main engine, the crippled liner made the voyage at an average speed of about 10 knots, wasting the exhaust steam from the 1 usable port engine. This steam would normally have driven the central turbine engine, which shows that this engine, its mounting or shafting, had been damaged in the collision. As this engine sat on the centerline of the vessel, immediately above the keel, which the propeller shaft ran through, we can reasonably assume that the keel itself was damaged. Now, a damaged keel would seemingly call into question the structural integrity of the entire ship. Of course, the official report doesn't agree. Consulting naval architect Harry Roscoe, who had assisted with inspecting the damage to the ship, verified in his testimony that the damage occurred some 38 feet outboard from the keel and considerably above it. He stated that the damage ceased between G-deck and the orlop deck, placing the keel safely out of harm's reach. Now, we already know this thanks to our mapping of the Hawke's bow's path into Olympic from earlier, but now we have to ask, even if Olympic's keel was damaged by Hawke's bow, would that really render the ship useless to her parent company? Would a damaged keel really make a ship a complete financial write-off? Gardner says, at this time, I suspect the realization that the hull of Olympic was damaged beyond economic repair dawned on senior management and engineers of Harland and Wolff. The ship could be patched up well enough to get her back to sea for a reasonable sum, but she would never again pass the Board of Trade inspections, which were required before a new certificate of seaworthiness would be issued.
You fought against the odds. Of every race.
It's a tempting conclusion to draw. In fact, it sounds very much like a car in a crash. Cars are often involved in what looks to be minor fender benders, but which have actually compromised the frame of the car's body, leaving them a write-off. But the simple truth is that ships are much different and much, much bigger. Through history, dozens and dozens of ships have been severely damaged, only to be fully repaired and put back into service. Ships far worse off than Olympic, and with much more significant damage. In fact, Harland and Wolff was a specialist at effecting this kind of repair work. Back in 1899, the Inman Line steamship Paris ran aground off the Cornish coast. The damage was comprehensive. Towed back to Harland and Wolff, she was put into a dry dock, and her entire underbelly amidships was cut away. The ship's own keel, her backbone, was cut out and rebuilt, riveted back into position, and the ship went back into service for 24 more years. Gardner states that the Olympic was in such a state of disrepair she had no hope of ever passing the Board of Trade inspections and receiving a renewed certificate of seaworthiness. The conventional history tells us it's just not the case, and in fact, you don't need to take my word for it. Dr. Stephen Payne is a highly regarded naval architect and engineer, the designer of nearly 24 passenger ships, including the only ocean liner still in service in the world, Queen Mary II. If anybody is well positioned to comment on the nature of damage and repairs to ships at this scale, it's him. We sat down for a chat, and I asked him about it. Stephen, thanks so much for joining us in the video. It's great to have you on board. As a designer of ships, a naval architect and an engineer, what can you tell us about the kind of damage Olympic might have sustained and whether or not it would have been fatal were her keel to be, quote, bent?
Certainly it wasn't a catastrophic damage. The ship remained afloat, obviously, so the watertight integrity was not compromised beyond the sort of 2-compartment standard to what she was built to, so there was no chance of the ship actually sinking. But when you look at other ships, like, for instance, the Swevik in 1907, she ran aground and was stranded off Cornwall, and they recovered the stern section, built a new bow, and was able to attach that. You think as well about HMS Belfast, for instance, which we both know. We've been on the ship recently. She went over a magnetic mine, and it exploded underneath, and she broke her back. The hull was twisted and everything else, and they were able to put her back into dock and rebuild her, and she served with distinction throughout the rest of the war and is still in existence today. So the consideration that Olympic was so severely damaged is complete fallacy, because it was very quickly remedied. Okay, she had to go back to Belfast, but that's understandable. They would have had to have rebuilt the shell plating in the area and the internals, but certainly a collision like that wouldn't have meant that the keel or the hull girder had been severely compromised. Nothing that serious at all in reality.
Even were the collision to be that serious, you spoke about Swavik there and Belfast, and there's so many come to mind. I mean, I'm reminded of there was a cruise ship, I think, that was lengthened by a significant amount. She was effectively cut in half.
There have been many. The original Royal Viking line ships, all three of them were cut in half and a new section put in the middle. And one of the Fred Olsen ships, I think it's the Balmoral, she was stretched. So it's quite amazing what you can do if you've got a dock big enough to accommodate the ship, and you're able to maneuver the ship around inside that dock.
It can survive a fair bit of engineering punishment.
Yeah, well, that's right. And when you look at head-on collisions like the Stockholm with the Andrea Doria and that, okay, the forward part of the Stockholm was badly crushed, but they were able to remove that part of the ship and fabricate a new bow section. No difficulty at all.
The crux of it is this. Gardner's claims argue that Olympic was so badly damaged that it would be cheaper to stage insurance fraud than to try to repair her. But examples from history tell us the ships are capable of withstanding a huge amount of punishment. That damage, even to a ship's keel, can be repaired and the ship can go on to serve for decades. Whether or not Olympic's keel was damaged, and evidence would tell us that it certainly wasn't, is almost beyond the point, because even if it was, White Star Line and Harland and Wolff were both easily positioned to take on that kind of repair work and deal with it. But for the insurance payout to work at all, there needed to be a huge financial benefit to the company. So now we need to talk about the proposed crime at the centre of all of it, the insurance scam. Gardner's theory suggests that with one of their main sources of income out of commission, and with the other one very much still under construction, questions arose amidst White Star Line's management as to how they could recoup the losses from Olympic's repairs and her time spent out of service. By convincing the public that the crippled Olympic was in fact the brand new Titanic, and the company could stand to strengthen their bleak financial situation, using the insurance payouts they would receive once the ship had sunk. In fact, if the switch theory is to be believed, the company actually stood to turn a profit from the scheme if they played their cards right. Gardner said, Titanic's insurance was increased 5 days before the maiden voyage, which resulted in JP Morgan receiving $12.5 million in insurance payouts from Lloyd's Maritime Insurance. Estimated at over $160 million today, this is more than they could ever have recovered if they had sold or scrapped her. J.P. Morgan, the controversial American tycoon and owner of the White Star Line's parent company, the International Mercantile Marine, he was said to be the mastermind behind the insurance scheme. The theory claims that Morgan increased the amount the Titanic was insured for by almost double the original amount just days before her maiden voyage. Now, this adjustment meant the Titanic's sinking would result in a windfall for the White Star Line. This would mean that White Star and IMM's plan to defraud their insurance company would have gone off without a hitch. Not only did they successfully rid themselves of the damaged Olympic, but her replacement was now fully financed and then some. But let's take a look at the hard evidence, starting with the amount the Titanic was actually insured for. If she was in fact insured for $12.5 million, there would be records to show this, but the evidence proves the opposite to be true. Titanic was underinsured by $2.5 million. The ship had cost the company $7.5 million. Her original insurance certificates show the payout for the total loss coming to a total of just $5 million. Now, this is further substantiated by testimonies from both Ismay and Philip Franklin, the vice president of the IMM in America, who both verified the ship was not fully insured, and the remainder of the risk was carried by White Star Line themselves. Now, this arrangement was quite typical of White Star Line ships and the industry as a whole. In fact, among the company rules, there was one which stated, "Commanders are reminded that the steamers are to a great extent uninsured, and that not only their livelihood, as well as the company's, depends upon immunity from accident. No precaution which ensures safe navigation is to be considered excessive." Beyond this, a letter issued to all White Star Line captains upon appointment to their respective vessel actually advises caution when navigating their vessel due to a potential, quote, pecuniary loss that would accrue, the company being their own insurers. Titanic's own insurers, Lloyd's Maritime Insurers, also verified the ship's total insured value. On Lloyd's website, official documents and historic information are freely available, proving that the insurance was paid out in the amount agreed upon between White Star and the insurers. The company states that different underwriters took portions of the risk ranging from £200 to £75,000, and by the 11th of January, the slip was complete. The Olympic and the Titanic were fully insured for £1 million each. Now this would have been just shy of $5 million in 1912. As we can see, there's no evidence pointing to White Star or the IMM profiting massively from Titanic's loss. This doesn't mean that the company was staring down the barrel of bankruptcy though either. Historian Mark Chirnside points out that not even Olympic's repairs would have set the company back enough for them to break a sweat. He said, in fact, White Star's profit and loss account for the year to December 31st, 1911 was in surplus by £1,102,756, even higher than IMM's. With this in mind, the entire premise that the switch theory hinges on begins to look a bit flimsy. Olympic's repairs were clearly not the financial burden that Gardner claims they were, nor were the insurance payouts after Titanic's sinking as hugely profitable as he would lead you to believe. But let's suppose the insurance money was cleverly swept under the rug, with the financial reports having been doctored from the inside by White Star and externally in Lloyd's and other agencies. Then came the job of actually staging an event that would destroy the Olympic, which was in and of itself no easy task. Olympic and Titanic would need to be swapped in a convenient, convincing manner. But the facts tell us that this would have been far more difficult than Gardner's books let on.
Booking.com, booking.yeah.
The probability of me understanding this is 0.
You should AI that with Copilot.
Explain it to me like I'm 5.
Gardner said that the situation for White Star looked bleak. Olympic would need to either undergo costly repairs or face the scrapyard. This is where Gardner supposes that Joseph Bruce Ismay, the chairman of the White Star Line, along with a privileged few higher-ups, came up with the plan to switch the ships. Now, as we've mentioned before, the two sister ships were apparently near identical, so could it be possible that a switch could be completed quickly and easily before anyone truly realized what was happening? Let's take a look at how Gardner supposes this entire thing went down and how the switch was accomplished while being completely unnoticed. Gardner says, the reason why diverting labour for a matter of 6 weeks from the fitting out of Titanic to the urgent repair of Olympic only put the completion date of the former back by 3 weeks.
I love
has been a
Olympic.
puzzle for many years. A possible
Yes,
solution is
Olympic.
that the workforce, instead of repairing Olympic, were engaged in removing alterations already carried out to Titanic, at least as far as B-Deck was concerned. While Olympic and Titanic looked externally to be near identical, even Gardner admits that serious alterations needed to be undertaken in order to pass one ship off as another. One of the main areas in which the differences are most evident was actually on B-Deck. On Olympic, the entire length of B deck served as an enclosed promenade, and while it was an aesthetically pleasing choice, it wasn't very popular with passengers, and it was ultimately seen as a waste of space. But on Titanic, the B deck promenade was subsequently deleted. This decision was actually made after Titanic's launch, once the lessons had been learned from Olympic. In fact, when the ship was launched, she featured the same square promenade windows on B deck that the Olympic had. But then Titanic's B deck was divided up into a variety of public spaces and staterooms. The Café Parisienne was installed, and the popular a la carte restaurant was extended out. Luxurious first-class staterooms were installed that came way out to the ship's side, and only a tiny section of the original promenade deck was kept intact for the massive parlour suites, the best accommodations on board the ship. The changes made Titanic larger than Olympic because, by enclosing and converting the promenade space, the ship's usable internal volume had increased over that of the Olympics. By the time Olympic had collided with Hawke, we can see from photos that as she's led into the Thompson graving dock for repairs to commence, workers have already started on Titanic's B deck changes, and the whole sections of plating have been cut away so that new, irregularly spaced stateroom windows could be installed. Now, Gardner is suggesting that Olympic's B deck would need to resemble Titanic's Plan B deck and vice versa. Now, obviously, this is not something that could be done overnight. Gardner suggests that about 6 weeks was used to pull this off. But when we take time to actually understand the monumental undertaking this would actually entail, we see that it would have taken far more than just 6 weeks to pull off such a stunt, and it would encompass much more than just B deck. Switching the two ships begins to get complicated when you realise that Titanic was then nowhere near completion, with just one funnel standing and hardly any of her interior fittings installed. Olympic would have also needed to be made to look like her sister ship in order for the illusion to work. So at this point, workers would have needed to remove Olympic's funnels and strip her paint to match the progress that had been made on Titanic up until that point. Meanwhile, Titanic would have needed to be entirely finished in the span of 6 weeks. Now, this would entail all of her engines being completely installed and functional, work on all those B-deck changes reversed, and then the windows rearranged, the lifeboats and their davits installed, the anchors placed, the interiors finished, miles and miles of wiring and corresponding electrical fittings installed and working. The list goes on. On top of all of this, the entire ship would have been completely unpainted upon Olympic's arrival. It would now need to be painted bow to stern in order to pass off as her sister. Now, this would typically take between 4 to 6 months of additional work to accomplish, and indeed, the historical record tells us that Titanic was not due for completion then until about March 1912, some 6 months later. Gardner says it was all done in just 6 weeks. Now, as if that's not bad enough, during all of this, there would have been access to just one large floating crane available for installing funnels and larger machinery. Olympic's funnels would have had to have been removed to make her appear to be the unfinished Titanic. That would involve draining the dock, moving the ship out of the dock, removing the funnels, then reinstalling those same funnels on the Titanic. Now, we can clearly see that even with every worker on duty working around the clock, there would simply not be enough time to efficiently and covertly pull off the switch in just 6 weeks without anyone ever noticing.
I'm Adam Hamilton, and I'm running for the United States Senate. We need a senator who will fight to lower the cost of prescriptions, stop the cuts, expand coverage, and save rural hospitals from closing. I approve this message because we can and must do better.
We all know the story of Pompeii, right?
So, having been on site during many ships' constructions, having been on site where Queen Mary 2 was being built in France, what is your opinion of the practical possibility of actually performing this task of swapping two ships' interiors in full view of a town without giving the game away?
Well, let me put that in perspective, Michael. I think there's more of a chance of the Earth being flat rather than round than that actually happening. The Titanic had improvements built into the design from experience of operating the Olympic. And Thomas Andrews had suggested various amendments and the like. One complete first-class promenade deck on the Olympic was eliminated through pushing the first class cabins that were in way of that promenade. I think it was B deck, I think it is the one. They're right out to the side of the shell. And you just can't suddenly make all those alterations go away. There would have been a huge amount of work to build those cabins and the like. It's just a complete nonsense. Absolute fallacy.
We always seize upon the big difference between Olympic and Titanic too, but there were many, many smaller ones. For example, Olympic's bell at the forward mast sat on the forward aspect, while Titanic sat at the rear. Olympic's funnels early in her career had small pad eyelets installed about midway up, something that Titanic never had. Photos from Titanic's boat deck show no pad eyelets, but photos from Olympic's early career and her later career show the same ones. One popular theory gotcha involves the number of portholes on Titanic's bow. Titanic, on her departure, clearly had 16 portholes on sea deck forward on the port side, while at launch she had just 14, just like the Olympic. Now, clearly, additional portholes had been added. Now, lo and behold, after Titanic's sinking, suddenly photographs show Olympic with 16 portholes too. Now, it's meant to suggest evidence of a swap. But it ignores the fact that lessons were being taken from Titanic and implemented on Olympic as well. That area is a very specific part of the ship, a crew galley where hot stoves cooked meals and generated cooking gases and fumes. A photo of Olympic early in her career, about 1911, shows a desperate attempt at getting fresh air into that exact galley, a wind scoop fitted to the outside of the porthole. Clearly, it just wasn't enough, so on Titanic, early on, they cut 2 extra holes and fitted portholes to get extra light and air into the compartment. And after Titanic sank, and Olympic was in for refit,
Wow. That was interesting.
in the two ships, all of the heavy, reinforced plating with the massive hydraulic rivets all the way along sea deck would have needed to have been ripped out, recut, and reinstalled on both ships. But an effective swap would rely entirely on the people pulling it off in the first place.
Here, hold on, let me do something real quick. There you go. Now let me go back.
Harland and Wolff employed about 15,000 workers during this time, with another 20,000 offering their services on a subcontractor level. How on earth did no shipyard worker ever confess to the devious scheme they were being asked to pull off? Well, Gardner claims that the solution for White Star Line was simple: threats and bribery. He said, working conditions for manual workers in the early part of the 20th century were not dissimilar to those of today. There was no security of employment. If a man did not do as he was told, he was fired, and somebody else was brought in to replace him, which would automatically reduce the entire family to starvation level. Then, of course, there was the simple expediency of bribery. The expenditure of a few pounds would normally be sufficient to satisfy the curiosity or pacify the misgivings of a worker. If all else failed, then there was always the threat of the Official Secrets Act. Keeping the secret, at least for the foreseeable future, would not have presented very much of a problem. Now here, Gardner is relying upon the fact that shipyard workers were kept on the cusp of unemployment in order to keep them in line. If job loss wasn't enough reason to keep one's mouth shut, then perhaps a little extra pocket money would do the trick. Now, he then goes on to claim that the shadow cast by the First World War pushed the events surrounding Titanic and the switch with her sister far into the back of everyone's minds. Now, the flaws in these claims are pretty evident right away. When speaking about Harland and Wolff, it's important to realise this was not just a small shipyard. The yard employed nearly 1/5 of Belfast's entire population. It is more than a bit outlandish to expect 15,000 Irishmen to keep a secret like this over a round of beers at the pub and for the rest of their lives. Even once the glory days of the ocean liner were long past, it's hard to imagine that no stories were ever told at the dinner table, no local gossip was spread, not a soul ever came forward. The bribery and threats must have worked like a charm, as every last worker went to their graves without muttering so much as a peep of the conspiracy surrounding the world's most famous ship. Save, according to Gardner, for one man, but we'll revisit him in a bit. Now, aside from the shipyard workers, though, there was the entire town of Belfast to consider as well. The progress of each of the yard's ships was monitored very closely by the city's 385,000 inhabitants. Now, Belfast city centre is only 1.5 miles or 2.5 kilometres from where Olympic and Titanic were moored in late 1911. The ship swapping would need to take place in full view of the entire city for 6 agonising weeks without raising suspicion or alarm. The story of your own career very closely echoes and mirrors those of designers like Thomas Andrews, Carlyle, the men who actually designed and built Olympic and Titanic from the ground up. What is going through these men's minds if they are presented with a plan by the White Star Line to intentionally sabotage their own ship?
You know, when you're designing a ship from scratch and you're getting it through all the regulatory bodies that you need to do before construction begins, and then you start construction, and then there's a myriad of things you have to do with all the subcontractors, equipment that you're going to put on the ship, choosing which you're going to have. You certainly build up a very personal relationship. And, you know, my experience with Queen Mary 2, I was 5 years from being given the commission to design and being charged of the construction of it to actually handing the ship over to Cunard. And you build a tremendous bond with this thing you're creating and building, and that. It's very much, you know, like a father of a child and that. And the thought that you would be fall in line with some conspiracy that you're going to sink the ship to claim insurance, because that just makes you as guilty as the people that are actually going to do the sinking and that. And you've got not only professional pride and everything, but as I say, there's the legal capability as well. So, you know, these people like Andrews and everybody else were honourable people. And no, it's totally against anything that I think that they would get involved with, certainly.
What if I told you HPV vaccination was for men too?
I don't know. I'm too.
Belfast was only one part of the story, as many of Olympic's loyal patrons who'd sailed on the 4 voyages prior to her collision with Hawke, and some more afterward, would then go on to sail aboard Titanic during her ill-fated maiden voyage, but no story ever came from a survivor recounting how it felt as though they were travelling on the same ship they did throughout 1911. Quite the contrary, many of the Titanic's passengers noticed the unfinished state of the ship, with fixtures missing from lavatories which were not missing on the very much completed Olympic. Second-class passenger Emanita Shelley recalls fixtures being still crated up and one faucet that would not stop running due to being improperly installed and not tested for use before. Now, this certainly would not have happened on a ship which would have already been in service, supposedly, for almost a year. Now, with a switch somehow pulled off, the old Olympic now needed to be passed off as the new sister ship and then purposely sunk to collect on the insurance money, which was a remarkably convoluted plot that was supposed to go down through the use of a predetermined point, opening the ship's seacocks and then safely evacuating the passengers to a waiting rescue ship. But Gardner says the plan went awry. He said, since an iceberg could not inflict such damage on a steel double-hulled vessel such as the Titanic, it must have hit something else, in this case, an IMM rescue ship that was drifting with its lights out. Titanic crashed into the waiting vessel, tearing at least one of that ship's lifeboats from its davits and also stripping some planking. The stranger's lifeboat crashed down into the sea, where it remained afloat, now attached to Titanic, probably by the ropes of its own falls. The rescue ship was quite severely damaged in the collision, so badly that she took no further part in the proceedings, except to confuse everybody by firing a series of white distress rockets. Now, this is where the logistics become truly complex. We're all familiar with the fate that befell Titanic. Her unfortunate collision with an iceberg, which forced open her hull enough to flood her watertight compartments far beyond what the ship was designed to handle. But Gardner asserts that a different chain of events led to the sinking of the apparent Olympic. But unfortunately, Gardner presents us with a fundamentally flawed understanding of Titanic's construction. This was not, in fact, a double-hulled vessel. Rather, she was constructed with a double bottom. It wouldn't be until after Titanic's sinking that ships began to employ the use of a double hull. The iceberg could easily slice through that one layer of steel. On top of this, there are many eyewitness testimonies from passengers who were unaffiliated with the White Star Line or their supposed scheme, all of which agree with the widely accepted account of Titanic's elision with the iceberg. An elision, by the way, being contact between a moving ship and an immovable object. Edith Rosenbaum, first-class passenger, later described what she saw as a ghostly wall of white as it drifted by outside, and in fact, for others, the encounter was much more visceral. Edward Kimball, who was a first-class passenger down on D-deck, had his cabin's portholes smashed in by ice, which then gathered on his floor. Now finally we have the claim that Titanic slammed into the supposed waiting rescue ship so heavily that lifeboats were torn from their davits and thrown into the sea, and that rescue ship was horribly damaged as well. I actually don't know, for the life of me, where this assertion comes from. No IMM so-called rescue ship arrived at a shipyard requiring immediate repair. The claim doesn't match up with any evidence we have from eyewitness accounts and testimonies. No passengers on Titanic ever reported seeing another ship pass near them, let alone witnessing such a violent collision. Where the idea of lifeboats being torn off comes from is a mystery. Now, whether or not the plan went awry is ultimately immaterial because we need to think about this as an act of insurance fraud with the ultimate goal of destroying the ship. So, in deciding to purposely sink Titanic mid-ocean to supposedly collect on the insurance money, the White Star Line would be seriously, irreversibly damaging its own reputation, a reputation which had already just been marred by Olympic's collision to begin with. They would have known then and there that the sinking of Titanic, purposely or not, would be a PR disaster of monumental proportions. What company would willingly put itself under that kind of scrutiny and under that kind of pressure? Surely there would have to be an easier way to dispose of the damaged Olympic so that her destruction was total and the payout would be huge without risking human lives and the company's reputation. Well, of course, there always was. Fire. Fire has claimed dozens of ships in dry dock, and in fact, it seems ships are most vulnerable when they're undergoing repair or construction. Dangerous flammable chemicals are left lying around in tins and containers. Wiring hangs unfinished from the ceilings. Furnace Bermuda Line's SS Bermuda actually suffered a fire that nearly completely gutted her, and her rebuilding was nearly complete when she was gutted again in the dry dock by a second fire, which was even worse. The cost fell to the ship's underwriters, which was a cool £1.25 million. If White Star Line really wanted to collect on their insurance, then the story of an unfortunate fire in the docks as Olympic was undergoing her repair would be far, far more plausible and easy to pull off, one that wouldn't risk hundreds of lives and which wouldn't risk destroying the company's reputation. Despite all this, Gardner goes on to explain that when the plan went awry and the former Olympic actually sank in a horrible accident, the surviving crew members would need to be sworn to a life of secrecy. He says, when the surviving crew got to port, they were all taken aside and met by two men, one in a high position in the company, the other man was in a very high position in the government. The government man read the crew the Official Secrets Act, explaining that if they told of the real reason of the sinking or the rumours of an insurance scam, they would serve a minimum of 20 years in jail and would never get a job when they got out. Now, it appears that this part of the theory has its origins with a man by the name of James Fenton, otherwise known as Paddy the Pig, who claimed to be a crew member on board Titanic and was determined to let the world know of the truth, the so-called truth, behind the sinking. He was a large proponent of the infamous and often debunked theory that a fire in the coal bunkers was the real reason for the ship sinking. We already covered that on this channel. Fenton was also convinced of the supposed switch theory, as well as the idea that the ship did not in fact hit an iceberg at all. Now what's important to note here is that Fenton did not tell his story himself. His account was written in a letter by a man named Frank Finch, who claimed he had a conversation with Fenton in which Fenton revealed all of the dark secrets behind Titanic's sinking, as he was apparently no longer able to bear the burden of hiding the truth any longer. And that would make Finch, a retired seaman himself, to be the only person to ever be told a first-hand account of any kind of conspiracy. Now, while a whistleblower on his deathbed could potentially spell disaster for a company like White Star Line, there are many flaws with this story too. Firstly, while James Fenton was in fact employed as a sailor during the earlier years of his life, there is absolutely no record of him ever being anywhere near the Titanic. Secondly, a letter written by a man unaffiliated with Titanic, telling the story of another man who was similarly unaffiliated with Titanic, really fails to stand up as hard historical evidence, especially with nothing concrete or actually in the records to back it up. Now, as if that weren't enough, this claim displays a fundamental misunderstanding of how exactly the Official Secrets Act worked. The law was meant not as a universal gag order for whatever inconvenient truth a private company did not want shared with the public. According to the document itself, an individual is in violation if one, quote, obtains or communicates to any other person any sketch, plan, model, article or note or other document or information which is calculated to be, or might be, or is intended to be, directly or indirectly useful to an enemy. So clearly, the Official Secrets Act was an attempt by the British government to counteract espionage and would not have been relevant in the case of a conspiracy surrounding a private corporation. Now finally, we come to the wreck of the ship that sits battered and broken on the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean. Now, Gardner straight up came out and made a pretty extreme claim. He said something remarkable had happened when a French dive team was down there looking at the bow section of the wreck. He said, "The French diving team scraped away the rust and paint on the bow of the wreck in an effort to reveal the name incised there. The video shows part of the ship's name in raised letters that appear to be stuck to the plating. Some of them seem to have dropped off, something that is patently impossible with incised letters. What is visible are the letters M and P that seem to have been overwritten with the raised lettering. There is no M or P in Titanic." Gardner claims that when a French dive team examined the wreck, they found that the nameplate had raised lettering attached to the plating. Now, this would be very compelling evidence if it weren't for one minor, unfortunate fact, and that is that the imagery that Gardner put forward to support this claim is very clearly badly faked using computer-generated imagery. In fact, in 2013, Gardner himself admitted fully that the image was faked in the email to a streaming network which had aired a documentary featuring his theory. Whether or not Gardner realized the image was fake at the time of writing his novel, unwitting and curious viewers of the documentary were still presented with this forgery as though it was fact. And quite contrary to Gardner's claims, fairly clear video has been taken in the region of Titanic's nameplate, and the letters, each 18 inches or 45 centimeters tall and still etched into the side of the steel, clearly spells out the name Titanic. Gardner goes on. While there was no need to have new bells made for the ship, she could hardly go to sea as Titanic with Olympic written all over them. The simple way around that little problem was to grind the names off the bells, or to switch those bearing the ship's names. One of the ship's bells was recovered from the wreck, but although in excellent condition, there was no name on it. Now, Gardner's next claim states that Titanic and Olympic both had their names removed from their bells so as to mask the truth of which ship the bell truly belonged to. The Titanic historian John Hollis correctly points out that the bell recovered from the wreck of Titanic was from the Crow's Nest, and those bells, way up high on the mast, away from passengers' eyes, very rarely carried ships' names. In fact, very little from either Olympic or Titanic actually carried the ship's names. Rather, the shipyard used a number system, with each of their hulls receiving a unique identifying number in the order of their construction. Olympic was hull number 400, and Titanic was hull number 401. And sure enough, the wreck down there at the bottom of the ocean shows a lot of 401, most famously on a propeller blade, but also on recovered wreck debris like cabinets, a watertight door gear shaft, and tools from the engine room. By contrast, many panels and decorative fittings that were taken off Olympic during her scrapping survive to this day, with the hull number 400, Olympic's original hull number still clearly written on the reverse.
Can our default Pathfinder do this?
Gardner's theories sound, at face value, to be plausible, partly because there's just enough of the truth sprinkled in there to pass it off as fact. But clearly, a little scratching beneath the surface and the use of common logic would render the idea of a switch impossible from the start. The damage to Olympic, even if it was as extensive as Gardner claimed, would still be repaired by an experienced company like White Star and Harland & Wolff, who had dealt with similar situations before, and worse. The actual act of the switch would need to take place in the full view of over 300,000 inhabitants of Belfast, and it would need to be pulled off in less than 50 days. An incomplete shell, the Titanic, would need to be finished as the Olympic within 6 weeks. The insurance payout would need to be falsified, all the documents faked to show an underinsuring. Lloyd's, the Admiralty, the Board of Trade, they'd all need to be in on it, and then be able to keep it a secret for over 110 years. And nobody ever mentioned it again. No single diary was ever kept. No note was passed down the generations. The Titanic switch theory is indeed one of the greatest frauds of our time. But it's the switch theory itself that is one of, if not the, greatest frauds in modern historiography. Robin Gardner passed away in 2017, having sold countless copies of his books and treatments for documentaries. You might think that theorizing of an insurance fraud of that magnitude, close to 100 years later, might be a victimless enterprise, but it calls into question the honor and the integrity of dozens, even hundreds of people who actually gave their lives trying to save others. Thomas Andrews, the beloved shipyard manager, kind to all his workers and known as a warm and gentle soul, a proud naval architect and a doting family man, he would have had to have been in on it. Gardner is calling him a fraud. Bruce Ismay, the man who had taken over his father's company, who stood in his shoes and often boasted with intense pride of the ships and their magnificence, he would have had to have been in on it too. The hundreds and hundreds of Belfast shipyard workers who toiled, day in and day out, to build the ships, to set them to sea, the same men who openly wept when news of Titanic's sinking reached their home city, they would have had to have already known about it too. Gardner is indicting all of them, and it's not just for insurance fraud, because logically, by extension of his arguments, he is accusing all of those people of complicity in murder. The evidence is non-existent. The Titanic switch theory, the great fraud of our modern historiographical times, has done immeasurable damage to the historic record. Gardner probably truly believed in his theory. I wouldn't be so cynical as to think he only dreamt it up to sell copies of his books. But the effect is the same. Now, there is a pall of a question mark hanging over the wreck of Titanic in many people's minds. It remains for them to just scratch below the surface, to read the reports, and to do the research to reveal the sad reality is Titanic and her complement were the victims of a terrible accident and not the collateral damage of an insurance scheme gone wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your friend Mike Brady from Ocean Liner Design.
Oh my
Thank you so much
goodness.
for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please leave a comment below.
We managed to watch all of that. We managed to watch a 57-minute long video. Oh, I need a stretch. It's 2:33 a.m. Oh boy, that was very long. I knew it. I got prepared. I was dozing out, actually. Ooh, and it's still printing. I believe it just got done with the 5-port stator part. And I believe... Oh yeah, it did got done with it. And it seems like it's a quarter of the way done with the 4-port. Oh, man. So yeah, to sum it all up, that video was basically about debunking the Titanic Olympic switch theory. Wow, that was something. I feel like playing Minecraft, but at the same time I don't feel like. So, this is usually the time of where I would check out my friends on Discord. That is enough. Wow, that took up so much time. How much? 4 hours. We're about to reach 5 hours in this stream. Oh my goodness. This is like the biggest 6K special, which is basically me staying up. Alright,
So now this is the point of where I'll show whatever is on Discord. Oh no. Imagine Vaderland or Vaterland is up. That would be very interesting. I don't think he's up. He's probably sleeping. I hope sleeping. What happened? Okay. What was that? Alright, what is that? Oh, why did I get recommended? That was 13 hours ago. Hold on, guys, give me a minute. I'm gonna have to show this to someone on Discord real quick. What? Oh, man. Vaterland must... He can't be awake during this time. He must be sleeping. Oh, that voice crack got me. Vaterland. Vaterland must be sleeping. Alright, guys. So this 6K special is very interesting now. I'm gonna check on Fresh Hurricane real quick because he's getting a little bit more concerning. Ow. Doesn't look that bad actually. It doesn't look that bad actually. It's just my eyes tweaking, I guess. It's halfway done with the 4-port. And it's 70% done of the print. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I don't know what to do at this point. We are done watching Oceania Designs because, holy crap, we watched a 57 minute long video, which has already got me. So, I can't believe that I managed to get all of that. But okay. So, what to do now? Wait! I'm an idiot! Alright. Where's that one? I swear. It was that one post. I remember. One post, but I don't remember.
I didn't find a way how to do community on my freaking iPad. I mean, I know because for some reason I'm able to do it on my phone, but not able to do it on my iPad. It's very weird. So weird. I don't get. What? Should I, guys? Should I join the Discord server of him? Should I join his Discord server? I'm gonna do it. Just why not? I'm gonna do it. Imagine it's a server that I already joined in. I'm just gonna join it, cause why not? Oh, there isn't that much people. What I mean by isn't that much, there's only 2. Well, 3 if you count the owner. Not that much activity going on. I had to send it. I had to send Dancing SpongeBob. Okay. So, we should do what? Okay. We're gonna do something. Hold on, I want to send another one. Oh, yes. There you go. What am I doing? It's just Discord. What time is it? It's 2:42 a.m. Oh my goodness. I thought I felt a mosquito or something land on me. Okay. What's another thing that I could do? Ow, my arm! Broken. No, it's not really broken. I just decapitated it. I was gonna do something, but I completely forgot what that something was. That something was a voice crack. I haven't seen this video in a while. Nah! Oh. Okay. So what we're gonna do is something right now, but I don't know what that right now is, because yeah, oh my goodness. What the what? I don't know what thing is. What percentage is my phone at? 47. I just realized I don't have a tripod anymore, so I can't show building any sirens anymore. Fuck! Dang it! I'm gonna have to do something. I'm gonna have to think of something. We are definitely gonna have to fix the tripod. Okay, someone said super glue, so I'm gonna try super glue. It's probably not gonna last for that long. Dang it, I'm gonna have to hold it. Do I? Nope, it could hold on itself. Okay. While it's holding on to itself, I need to let it dry now. Alright, that actually worked. Alright, let me go bring an iPad. Man, I am really staying up. It's 2:47. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do this like this. Because this is the only option that I could do it as. Where is my pouch? There it is. Wait, no, the pouch doesn't have it anymore. We're gonna remove the 4-port. Remove the 4-port supports right here. 4-port supports. That sounds very interesting. I'm gonna have to be careful with this because the top is very thin. FYI, it might rain for me today. Okay, we got that off. I'll do the same here. I'm gonna have to penetrate it a little bit. It's bending the freaking top because of how unbelievably thin that is. I should have probably remodeled that part. Alright, remove from edges right there because it might be rubbing on. There you go. Oh, this one is a little bit more smoother. And now this one. I want to twist a little bit. But I gotta be careful because my thumb is right there. There you go. Oi! Became a hockey puck for a second. There you go. So we got the 4-port free. Where is the motorling? Here's the motor. Ooh, it fits fine. So nice. Alright, remove that. Remove that. make sure everything is removed from right there, because you never know if it's going to cause some touching. Touch what? You might not never know if it's going to cause some rubbing. There you go. Wait, no, I didn't get it all. There you go. Now the last one, right here. This one is going to be a little bit harder now. I could feel it. Oh, that just came off like that. Okay, never mind. Okay, make sure that they feel flat right here. This is a new way of how to assemble my choppers now. Make sure that they feel flat, and then it's going to be connected like that. Let me show you guys. It fits perfectly. Like that. Kind of. It's a bit wobbly. Why is it wobbly? We're definitely gonna have to make the hole a little bit bigger. Just a little bit. But before we do that, we're gonna have to glue on this now, because we absolutely have to glue it on. Okay, make sure it's centered. Plug in the hot glue gun and it's gonna warm up for a little bit. Am I tweaking or is no one saying anything? Nah. Wait! Oh, damn it. I forgot the tripod. Oh no. Super glue gotten into there. No, there's not supposed to be. There's not supposed to be super glue. Give me the toothpick. Wipe away the glue. Gotta wiggle at it a little bit. Alright, I think that's good. Now we just need to glue on the chopper, the 4-port to the 5-port. But before I do that, let me go fit on the freaking motor real quick. Ah, dang it. This is going to be a little bit tricky. This does have a tight fit. Oh no. Ow! Why is it so tight? I'm going to have to use something to loosen it up a little bit. Toothpick is definitely going to work. Imagine a toothpick actually loosened this up. Let me try this real quick. I'm going to roll it. Oh! Just broke the toothpick. Alright. Imagine that did something. Holy crap, that actually did something. Let me try that more. And the stator just got done, guys. So. Ah. Thank you. I'm gonna keep my printer on because I gotta keep those lights on. Got it. Alright, here's the stator. Just got done printing. Now we need to remove the supports. Didn't want it to go in there, but okay, that'll work. Oh, that's a huge chunk right there. Okay, I don't know why I muted the stream. So I'm gonna go ahead and glue on the fork port real quick. Apply glue to the areas that have that's too much glue right there. It's gonna cause some weird vibrations now. Now make sure that it's centered. Remove the excess glue. Now I need to go test it on the motor just to see if it's actually centered properly. Doesn't look like it's centered properly. Doesn't feel like it's centered properly. We'll only know as soon as I run it. Yep, it's vibrating. Alright, let me go put it on the stator real quick. I want to see if it actually makes noise. No! That is weird vibration noises. Nope, that is not gonna work. Dang it, it's stuck. Oh no, I'm going to pull it out. Finally, the fan shut it up. There, finally. I forgot how the motor sounded. I'm gonna try 2 batteries now. Might be too loud. I'm gonna do this quickly. Oh no. Show it right there. It's kind of perfect like this, actually. Maybe I don't have to use the motor support. But maybe I do, because, I mean, look at how this thing is built. It needs to reach right there, but I don't got... Hold on, I don't have to push in a little bit more. Like that much now. There you go. Nope, that didn't work. I need to take out the chopper, but it's a little bit hard. I'm gonna have to force it. I might break one of the wires. Ah, dang it. Oh my goodness, how do I take this off? It's a little bit hard. Ah, got it. It's always my right arm. So what is causing that ticking noise? I'm gonna remove everything that is right here, bottom. Okay, the top part of the 5-port. And then bottom part of the 5-port. I think. Oh. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of stringing. Alright, you guys could look at the chopper and stator while I'm gonna start the next part actually, because I believe it could start the motor support. Because the motor support is pretty simple. And it's 3:04 a.m. Oh my goodness. Man, this stream has been going on for 5 hours. Tornado sounds going off in your neighborhood. I got a tornado warning. I love it that you misspelled literally almost everything. But I don't believe in that.
Whoa. There isn't a single update on the mini, not mini, the Westmont Thunderbolt. Damn it. All right. I'm gonna do something now. I don't know what that something is. I'm very terrible. Oh. To be honest, I feel like explaining stories now, but the 20th anniversary of the Polar Express was something. It was my depression era. It was the second month of my depression era, but at least I had fun. I don't believe in that. I forgot what I was gonna do again. Wait, is this the one that I think? Oh my goodness, yes it is. Alright. I don't know what to do now. Because I've never been this unbelievably bored. Maybe it's time to end the stream. But I don't know. This stream has been going on for 5.5 hours. Almost in a half. For 5.5 hours. Which is very long. Long enough, actually. Maybe. Maybe so. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna go end this stream because there's nothing else for me to do now. So, there you go. I have never done this before. Stay safe. If not, you're gonna get hurt. Have a good day and bye.